We're about to start.
Here we go then. Instantly, it's Manuele Tarozzi who's the first rider to attack from Bardiani CSF. Big move from the unstinting Tarozzi, who clips off the front and is waiting to see who might come across to join him.
And Visma is a bike already doing a lead out at the climb, because that's what they want to do. They just want to control and set in their own tempo. They want to be the dominating team in a way of today's stage, as already with 4 guys in front of Jonas Vingegaard, the less capable climbers in a way, because Sepp Kuss and Piganzoli, they're a little bit more at the back.
That is a pretty intimidating signal that they're giving the peloton straight away, isn't it?
If you want to get in the breakaway today, you need to be a very strong ride, and they don't want to be, you know, from just chaotic attacks, but rather than if you're feeling good, then you go on the attack. We saw Giulio Ciccone in the background. Yep.
Just hesitating, I think. Normally he would be
because
looking around to see whose wheel he might follow, but at the moment, with that big display of those yellow jerseys on the front, nobody's really sort of minded to move. It's an intimidating gesture from the big team.
Because also the climb itself, the real climb hasn't really started. That's why Timo Kilic, despite being a classic rider, almost a sprinter, is imposing the rhythm. Tobias Lund Andersen. So still the sprinters are there. Sepp Kuss rejoining the front on the left.
Mathieu Baïs, I think, is making a move. So Baïs, after Tarozzi, is the next rider to attack. Polti Visit Malta, the second team to just offer a rider. And he does get off the front this time with a little bit of a gap, Baïs.
And the climb of San Barthélemy. It's going to start in 1.4 kilometer.
Chris Hamilton, I think it is, from Picnic Postenel.
Followed by Bardiani CSF Saber as well. I think it's Marcellusi.
Yeah, it is Martin Marcellusi in the light blue of Bardiani.
Yeah, that's clearly the position of Chris Hamilton. Unmistakable.
He's got Chris Froome's elbows, hasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit like open wide elbows.
Yeah. Well, the actual official start of the climb isn't for another 1.1 kilometres.
But they're already going up.
Absolutely. It's a 15.8 kilometre climb according to the classification at an average gradient of just over 6%. It's going to be like this all day. Very little flat, almost none on the course. But a good move and a big concerted effort from Mathieu Baïs, who's the first proper attacker on today's course. And of course, he's got quite a lot of potential in the King of the Mountains competition. Mathieu Baïs, he starts the day on 30 points in 4th place in the King of the Mountains competition. And just to reiterate, there are a potential 107 points on the road, discounting the points at the finish line. Chase group of Hamilton and Marcellusi. Anyone else minded to join this breakaway?
Not for now. I think they're gonna wait the real climb to start before launching more attacks. And again, still a very long way. Baïs still clear ahead of Hamilton and Marcellusi. Gaining a little bit of ground can give them, none of them, maybe Chris Hamilton is the only kind of a climber, so the remaining are just trying to gain a little bit of time and ground over the peloton when the real attacks will arrive and will start.
He's had a good Giro, Mathieu Baïs.
Very consistent.
Very consistent.
And present in a lot of breakaways so far.
And even if this breakaway is eventually reeled back in and another break goes, even if they were, say, to get to the top of this first climb of the day, and Baïs, for example, were to just pick up the first climb and no more, even itself, that would be a pretty decent reward. It's 40 points on offer at the top of this climb, and he starts the day on 30. It would bump him almost instantly up into 2nd place in the King of the Mountains competition for now.
Visma is a bike, still in control of the situation. They know it's going to be a little bit more chaotic very soon once they're going to hit the slopes of the very first categorized climb. Who's going to start pretty soon. Here it is for the breakaway. Chris Hamilton being distanced a little bit, but
looking back, wasn't he? Almost as if he was questioning whether or not this is the right move to follow, but he's committed to it now. Marcellusi leaving him and sweeping across the open road to join Mathieu Baïs. I wonder how many breakaways in their racing careers Mattia Bais and Martin Marcellucci have been present in together. A very big number. And Chris Hamilton, unlike previous occasions, he's actually gone early and he's in a proper established little breakaway for now. Got a reaction, it's Movistar on the move.
And now we go much more real attacks. Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe followed by Bardiani at the bottom. It's UAE, I think it's Arieta again. Then it's Milesi.
Leuland, Zacharias Leuland of Uno X Mobility.
Magli as well. And the rider for EF Education Easy Poster is Bellocchi, which is 11th in GC. Well,
so this might spark a reaction.
Yeah, definitely.
Gutsy move from the young Basque rider, Markel Bellocchi.
Probably the best climber of the American team, the American squad.
Certainly the best placed rider in the general classification.
Juan Lopez also on the move with Jaco Lula on the wheel. A Soudal rider, Soudal quick step rider, Unimet Rose Rockets and another Uno X in the background. We haven't seen actually with the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider.
Aliotti possibly?
Sure thing it won't be. It's opening up here.
Tarozzi is following that rider from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. And now there's a lot of riders who've swept past those yellow jerseys. So we've got about 20 riders off the front.
Ciccone, I think, is part of it. Is it a Ciccone or Sobrero? No, my bet it was... it is Ciccone indeed. Jan Christen also, Garofoli there. Trying to recognize the rider by the way of pedaling.
Yeah. Johannes Kulset.
Cepeda, Rubio. Is Narvaez there?
Narvaez on the wheel of Ciccone, so that's danger for the Maglia Ciclamino.
And again, that's what they want to do, the Visma Lease bike, allowing a group at the front to forming. We just have to ensure that nobody of the riders that are gonna hit the front of the race is gonna be dangerous for the GC.
Well, I think of the riders that we've spotted, it is only Markel Bellocchi so far who is on the general classification, as you say. He's in 11th place on GC.
Bergalito trying to go on the move as well, as Arieta has rejoined the front. 14.3 kilometers till the top of the climb. Still a very long way, and the gap is not yet settled. I haven't seen who is the Jaco Lula rider.
So Bardiani CSF have got 3 in this group, Marcellucci included, as well as Tarozzi. Juan Pedro Lopez is there, I think. Mattia Bais, we've already seen him. It's Wout Poels from the Unibet Rose Rockets. Filippo Magli. Oh, my mistake, sorry, that's Filippo Tocconi.
It's Vlasov for Red Bull.
Alexander Vlasov.
Tarozzi, Juan Lopez, Garofoli, Chris Hamilton, Christian, Poels, Ciccone, Cepeda.
There's Narvaez.
It's Sevilla maybe again. I haven't checked the last riders. I think one was Gonzalez from Q26.5, but the attacks hasn't calmed down at the back. Powerful move from Jaco Lula rider as well.
That would make it 2 for Jaco Lula off the front. I would be surprised if one of them wasn't Koen Bouwman, and Alan Hatherley might well be the other.
I saw Eulalia also positioning himself at the front. It looked like he was about to launch an attack. I would be very surprised if he does so.
Couldn't rule it out, the mood that he's in. There's Ciccone, though, with Jari van der Lee, who's been ever present in so many different breakaways. Following that move, Filippo Tocconi, and the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider, Alexander Vlasov. Mattia Bais, Wout Poels, Tarozzi, Hamilton, Leuland, Arieta, Bellocchi, Christen. It's a big, big group, this. UAE Team Emirates, I think, have got 3-4 riders in it.
Aular, Enric Mas as well. There's Jules Jensen.
Chris Jules Jensen at the back in the Jaco Lula colours.
The only team is missing for the moment is Visma Lease bike, Astana as well, and Net Company Ineos. Here's the first group of sprinters are forming with
wow.
Jonathan Milan. Jack Haig is coming back, probably at mechanical. There's Ethan Vernon there. Surprisingly, Scaroni.
Yeah, today should have been a day for Scaroni, you'd have thought, if he's interested in the King of the Mountains competition. It looks like he's suffering surprisingly early on this climb, Christian Scaroni.
Yeah.
Bad signs for him. No more than about 10 seconds to the yellow train of Visma Lease bike, but that is a huge breakaway group at the front now.
You cannot see the Maglia Rosa at the moment.
True.
Let's have a look now. There is a lead out basically for Visma Lease bike, followed by net company Ineos.
There's the Decathlon team. Where is the pink jersey? Where are those Bahrain victorious riders looking after him?
There's Paul Magnier still in the peloton.
Yeah, the Maglia Ciclamino is there.
Oh, we're getting a little bit at the far for Maglia Rosa to be in. I wonder.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
Not a great position for him. Already shows some sign of difficulty. It's, with Janssen Plo right in there and Elmar Reinders.
I think he's okay. He was just, for whatever reason, it seems like he was caught out of position.
Yeah, it's very strange to see him so far back. Giulio Pellizzari also in there.
Also without any teammates with him.
There is Alex Segard on the far left of Eulalio. He's going to try to replace himself up on the front. It's quite down the road. It's about 60 or 50, 60 position.
Just the ease with which he got out of that position and made up 10 to 12 places just suggests that the legs are good, that there must be another reason why he was at the back.
I mean, I might have been wrong, but it looked like it was him that was moving at the front for a moment.
Meanwhile, this is the front of the race. Jordi van der Lee with Jefferson Cepeda, his teammate. And Pedro Lopez sharing the work from Movistar. And they're building up their advantage now, this big mini peloton at the front to 11 seconds. Still, it's the Visma Lease bike team controlling. It's their duty to control this.
There might be either Marcellusi or Paletti. They've been brought back to the peloton. 11 seconds, still not a large gap.
Yeah, it's Filippo Tocconi who's dropped back. That leaves two Bardiani riders at the front, Marcellusi and Tarozzi, two of their strongest. And Maglia Rosa, still a long way down. Hasn't taken his position up at the front where you'd expect to see him. So that's just a little subplot, a little sub-story to keep an eye on as we snake our way up the first of 5 categorised climbs today. It's the San Barthélemy climb. It's 15.8 kilometres in total. We have done very nearly the first 3 of those kilometres. 4 of those first kilometres.
There's the recap of this climb. 15.8 at 6.1%. It's quite even, except for a couple of occasions where it's going to be a little bit easier. But that means one thing, that the actual slope of the climb is much harder than what you see on the average. As Enric Mas has moved clear at the front. No, Ene Rubio, my bad. Followed by, I think that's Bellocchi. Then there is
Eknesund once more.
Donovan.
Both of whom were in the breakaway yesterday, followed by Giulio Ciccone. Sometimes hard to quite process whether you're looking at the peloton or the breakaway. It's this big at the moment at the front. But Leknesund driving it on. Jan Christen, Igor Arrieta and Jonathan Narvaez all in this front group as well from UAE Team Emirates. Leknesund is just tireless in this Giro, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's just extraordinary.
He just got away with a lot of disappointment as the lead out, but just at the back.
Yep.
With Dylan Groenewegen and scored by the teammate of Unibet Rose Rockets. There was also a UAE rider in there. I think it might be Morgado, the lesser climber of the Emirati squad.
Dylan Groenewegen often reminds me on these big mountain days a little bit of your old teammate Caleb Ewan, in that he lets go quite early, doesn't he? Often with a little team of support riders around him. I think the philosophy of that is just, you know, why work so hard just to hang on for a few kilometres?
That's what they have to do, especially if you can feature teammates. the best way to approach the climbs like this day, just like never dig deep, because you don't want to find yourself just short in energy. So it's better to just let it go, especially if you can count on the presence of teammates. Just let it go, take your time, do your rhythm, and never overpace, because it's a long way. And if you find yourself, imagine in the last climb where you just cooked yourself because you went too deep, then it's on, it's game over.
Was that very much a part of your role as a pro as well, Jacopo? I mean, we saw you, the television viewers will have seen you as a lead-out man and obviously in the final kilometre, but yet there was another part of your race, I guess, that we never saw really on the television.
Yeah, I was, well, basically the rider, the sprinter and the team of the sprinter, they does, it's like gathering one each other and try to impose a rhythm that is good almost for everybody. Of course, like you cannot wait for everybody, but just to try to maintain as much big as possible this group, to work evenly on the flatter parts, to just go full gas in the descent, because that's where you make a difference, and just riding a good tempo on the uphill. And it was also my role, as you know, was also one of the most experienced for many years, just to call for it. So being the guy that was calling gruppetto, you know, and that's kind of a call for all the riders that are a bit of a suffering in that moment, just to, you know that they have to gather, and it's the moment to create a gruppetto, stay together, stick together, and just trying to have a good rhythm that can be okay for everybody and surviving the day.
Well, there is the Maglia Rosa, still quite a way back from the front of the race.
Yeah,
still in the company of Alex Sigert.
Corbin Strong and Matis Mikkels, because that's the problem. You see a lot of gaps is opening up. Normally today on the paper is expected to be at 22% the percentage of the time gap. So basically, once the first rider at the finish line will be, the time will be calculated. It's going to be, oh, Michael Storer. Getting dropped from the peloton.
Yeah, that's a puncture for Michael Storer.
Ah, yeah.
Yep, front wheel puncture.
Yes, plenty of time to come back, but it's going to cost him some extra energy. That's the only way he can do it. I think he wanted to change the bike because it took away the computer in there.
He's making that point, isn't he? Saying, just give me a bike, I'll get going again. But they're changing the wheel out instead. Might make Michael Storer's recovery to the peloton just that little bit harder at this point, because Visma Lease bike is still keeping this tight and they're not letting go. A number of riders have dropped back from that initial first breakaway. We saw Chris Hamilton just being caught, just as Michael Storer punctured. I think Gad Offaly was also caught and passed. As Jonathan Narvaez is starting to work on the front now.
This man can, you know, have a good opportunity today. It's one of the very less obvious possibility of today's stage to take the Maglia Ciclamino from Paul Magnier.
The closer he gets to the top of this climb, the more likely it becomes, because he just needs to take that. He just needs to win the intermediate sprint at Rozan, and it's done.
The gap is not yet enormous, but I think Visma Lease bike want to impose a very strong rhythm here, and then decelerating and not taking any risk in the descent and allowing the group to move clear, because their goal is to maintain as much as rider as possible. And it's still Timo Kilic doing the rhythm at the front, so I think their idea is to, you know, dispense all the much more pure climber in the team for later on, and using Timo Kilic and Team Rex in this very first part.
Yeah, Sepp Kuss probably won't be called into action until the very final climb of the day, and even then, you'd expect some teammates to do the first few kilometres of the Pila climb, which is the longest of the day, 16.5 kilometres compared to San Bartolome's 15.8.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see how is going to be the performance of Piganzoli. So far, he's been very good, very consistent.
But yeah, this is approach. Well, it's the end of the second week, isn't it? How the form has affected him.
Some riders getting distanced by the front of the race, is now gaining a little bit of ground. 18 seconds.
I think those four riders actually are quite a recent attack, counter-attack. I think they're coming across, including Jan Hirt of NSN.
And even now, it looks like they're on top from the view, but still a mighty 10 kilometers.
10K to go still.
Jan Christen here at the front.
With Markel Bellocchi.
It's a good terrain for the Swiss rider. Be curious because it's not a pure climber. It's much for shorter and punchy climbs, but I think he's trying his best to get a chance for he and Narvaez and Arieta, the 3 riders at the front.
These riders, though, have been dropped from the front of the race.
It looked like Bardiani and possibly Juan P. Lopez or maybe Aular. Looked like a Movistar rider from here, but Eulalia replaced himself a little bit much further up on the road.
Yeah, he's just moved up ever so slowly, hasn't he? But that's a much better position that he finds himself in. I'm just still slightly surprised by the lack of climbing support for him. He's just snuffled himself into the Red Bull Border Hansgrohe team at the moment, but
Caruso.
very few Bahrain Victorious jerseys with him. Johan Jacobs, the man who took the... Actually, it's not Johan Jacobs, is it? It's his teammate, Axel Huntz, who took the Red Bull kilometre yesterday. Good ride from Huntz yesterday.
And in the peloton, still Paul Manier. So it's a strong ride by him, but also another indication that might be not the strongest pace so far imposed by Visma Lease bike.
But it's also an indication that Paul Manier is alive to the prospect of Jonathan Narvaez taking that jersey from him today.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is the gap on the top of the climb. I mean, still 9 kilometers, a lot can change, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Paul Manier launching an attack in the descent, trying to regather the front of the race.
If he can hang on.
If he can hang on, of course. Still 9 kilometers, still long time. They not even halfway into this climb.
Kielich just allows Tim Rex to come to the fore. Those 2 riders sharing the work on this climb. And it's absolutely critical, as you were explaining, Jacopo, that these 2 riders don't expend themselves before the top of the climb. They are going to have to do an awful lot more work before the end of the day. So it'll be the responsibility of these 2 to take this climb all the way to the top and beyond.
Yeah, also because before the other climbs will begin, there is just a very tiny, not even 10 kilometers, but there is some flat road in the city of Aosta, because they're basically going to come back in town. And I think the idea of the team is at least to use Timo Kielich and Tim Rex in this part, and also towards the intermediate sprint in Roazhon. After that, I think it's going to be job done for the 2 Visma Lease bike rider. It's actually Van der Lee, was not Bellocchi. A good ride by the young Dutch rider, again present in the front of the race. Is following Jan Christen.
Jadi Van der Lee.
Yeah,
yeah.
We got confused.
Yeah, they're quite similar. They are quite similar looking, actually, those 2 riders.
Ciccone goes on the offensive, followed by Garofoli. Lenson always there. Bergallito, Cepeda, Einer Rubio, and all the remainings of the breakaway.
Narvaez is still there on the wheel of Mark Donovan, a little bit further back.
Gap has kept the same, but it's not a real collaboration yet for those riders on the breakaway.
Well, you very much correctly predicted how active Movistar would be. They've got Milesi, Rubio, Mas and Lopez in this group. Jan Hertz was in a group of riders who did a late counter-attack along with De La Cruz and Zukowski. Vlasov is the only Red Bull Border Hansgrohe rider there. Garofoli, the only remaining Soudal Quick-Step. Chris Juliensen and Koen Bouwman are there from Jaco Lula, Tonelli, Arieta Narvaez and Jan Christen. Wout Poels, Johannes Koolset and inevitably Andreas Leknesund. But Cicconi's doing a good ride here, trying to maybe just drag a group of the more talented, informed, better climbers free, because there's a lot of... It's a too big a group in some ways. And they want to just whittle it down and make it force a bit of selection halfway up this San Bartolomé climb as Michael Story gets back. Teammate dropping back to help him with that move was Will Barter, the American. But as you can see, he's still on his A bike, so they did just change a wheel after that front wheel puncture. And Michael Story is back in the peloton, albeit at the back.
Michael Bastians here at the back.
Yeah, Cyril Bart of Groupama FDJ United also in danger of being dropped there.
Quite isolated Ben O'Connor in there, right behind Decathlon CMA CGM. 2 riders for Derek G and 6 riders for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe still. Now Eulalia got the support of more riders. Here we're back at the front. Both pools, the veteran, the oldest rider in this Giro d'Italia.
We are seeing, the longer this climb goes on, I think we're seeing the more capable, informed climbers just doing a little bit more work at the front. But Jordi van der Lee is not helping Jan Christen here whatsoever. He's just sitting on the wheel of the Swiss rider from UAE.
So the peloton now is at 1 minute, so it's much more reassuring gap for them to stay clear, and it will be growing up. Seems like on a more severe slopes, as we said. It is steady, but there are some parts where it goes down. So at the moment is pure climbing. It's much more than just 6%, as featuring a couple of falls flat and even a light descent.
Well, this climb last used in 2015, and only for the second time. Well, that was the first time in the Giro history. Stage 19, and the first man over the summit was Giovanni Visconti, who's normally sitting alongside us.
Is there? But
is he there?
He's looking at the phone. He didn't saw that. I wonder if he does.
Working for Italian radio.
They haven't started yet. They're live. But I wonder if he remembered this.
Magnier's beginning to slip a little bit now. No surprise there, but he is towards the back, and Magnier, with 7 kilometers to go, is beginning to let go of the peloton. Been a good ride to this point, but eventually Magnier will end up in the gruppetto.
So indeed, we just have a live check with Visconti if he noticed. No, he didn't notice, and of course he didn't remember.
Giulio Ciccone trying to force the issue a little bit in that second group at 18 seconds.
That's what we saw yesterday already with Eulalia. Here also Van der Lee is using a thermal bottle instead of the classics ones. A little bit heavier, but as we said, the temperatures today are very, very high.
I tell you what, Jan Christen's doing a demonic ride here, isn't he? He's not asking for help from Van der Lee at all. But it's a good ride, isn't it, from UAE? He's got 2 teammates in that second group, in that chase group, who are just following the wheels at the moment because Jan Christen has taken the responsibility away from them.
Yeah, and Narvaez is up in there.
Well placed.
I wonder if eventually on top, Christen is going to slow it down, allowing Narvaez to rejoining, or this group of Narvaez rejoining the front, because again there is the intermediate sprint of Roazhon.
It's quite a long way away though, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think today you can expect with 2 riders to win the stage. So I think it would be better for Jan Christen and Van der Lee being rejoined by the group behind. For the moment, probably it's not costing them much energy being up front.
They're not getting away, they're just holding that gap at around about 18, 19 seconds and extending it over the Timo Kielich and Tim Rex led peloton, which is, 1 minute and 20 behind the front of us now.
So even at 1,700 meters, the temperature is a mighty 21 degrees.
And it's going to get hotter throughout the afternoon as well. Now, how big is this peloton? Sizable, but a number of the sprinters' teams have been dropped already. Eulalia is in a slightly unaccustomed position. Normally he has been much more prominent and much more close towards the front of the race. He's halfway down that down that reduced peloton at the moment. A little bit of relief in terms of the gradient, slightly flatter, in fact a little bit of descending now. They've been over the steepest part of the climb, but then it's about to kick up again and hold a very steady 8.2% for another 4 kilometers, maybe 4.5 kilometers before flattening out towards the top. This was Jan Christen's attack, then followed by Van der Lee.
Yeah, it was in a moment where there was not much collaboration in between the peloton. So he decided to speed up and moved clear ahead. Van der Lee is having a very good Giro d'Italia so far. Been the young Dutch rider, been present in a lot of attacks so far. He's racing very good.
I think, was he the last rider to be caught on the blockhouse stage? I've got a feeling he was. It was either him or Nick Zakowski.
But then he was involved also in another time trial, in another breakaway.
Sure, yeah, he's been very active. We've seen him on a number of occasions. And if I had a better functioning memory, I'd be able to remember exactly which stages. I do remember the blockhouse stage.
In Chiavari.
Ah, yes. And Kristen just steps on it again. He's on a mission today, Jan Kristen. Whether or not it's the right tactic, I'm not sure. He's looking down the valley there to see what the state of the race is behind. You can probably see the peloton. To see what size it is. Do know that Paul Magnier, I think the evidence was last time we saw him, he's been dropped from the peloton.
One and 26 for the peloton now on your screen. They're gently losing ground over the break of the front of the race.
Yeah, it's gradual, isn't it?
Yeah, because all the teams, they know what, all the riders, sorry, knows what lays ahead of them. And none of them want to, you know, overly commit at this point, because they know it's a long and mighty climb and long and mighty day on the bike. So this man, Giulio Ciccone, pretty much active, keeping the speed high. Juan P. Lopez is right behind him. Then is Leknesund, very generous Leknesund, and Coulset right on his wheel. Mark Donovan right behind Pinarello Q36.5 in blue, and all the remaining riders of this breakaway.
Juan Pedro Lopez, the longer the Giro has gone on. In the second week, we've seen plenty of Juan Pedro Lopez in action.
We started in a very good position with 4 riders up the front.
I'm just looking at the overall breakaway prize, actually, and the number of kilometres off the front. And I'm quite surprised to see Andreas Leknesund is only in 16th place with 112 kilometres.
Because there were big breakaways.
They're always in big breakaways, I guess, of more than 10 riders.
It's a bit of unfair, this rule.
Yeah.
I have a request addressed to RCS for next year.
We'll add that to our long list of requests.
Slight change at the front for Ismail's bike, who's doing the job. It's a little replay. The muscle and tension for the riders up front.
A lot of spectators at the side of the road. It's Saturday, and it's brought the people out. I think a lot of people have been encouraged by the weather as well. Made the trip up the Aosta Valley from Piemonte, or even across the border from France, to come and stand by the side of the road and cheer on the Giro d'Italia in Aosta.
And I think a lot of people will be also at the top of the climb, because we are right at the front of the cable car cable car to Pila, to the finish line.
Yeah, it's also one of those days, Jacopo, where I think if you kind of like clever with your logistics, and maybe you're doing it on a bicycle as well, you might be able to see the race on 2 or 3 occasions.
Yeah, but you need to be very
crisscrossing in and out of the valley.
Yeah,
it's not a point-to-point stage at all.
Maybe not the most relaxing day ahead. It's your plan, but yeah, doable nonetheless
with careful planning. The average speed of the stage so far, just over 25 kilometres an hour. All uphill. That tells you that since the flag dropped, it's just been up. But they're getting closer to the top of the first Cat 1 climb and those 40 King of the Mountains points that are on offer. It's going to be interesting to see which team and which rider in this big group of 23 riders actually reveals themselves as being interested in those King of the Mountains points. Enric Mas, I think, would be a good candidate.
Marcellusi in the meantime.
Where is Marcellusi?
think is in between the breakaway and the peloton.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been distanced by the peloton. Not the purest of the climber among them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was in the initial move, wasn't he? Then he seemed to have been dropped, but I think he might have counter-attacked on his own. No doubt about the two riders at the front of the race and what they're doing, though. Impressive performance from Jan Christen, who's looking very strong today. But,
yeah, man on a mission.
Huge race distance when you consider how much climbing remains ahead of him. 118.3 K to go, and there are 4 categorised climbs, including 2 Cat 1 climbs after this San Bartolomé climb.
It's very hard believing that this is going to be the decisive move of today's stage, but nonetheless, it's a brave move. Jan Christen can features 2 teammates at the back, Arrieta and Narvaez, Wes Lawton in the first chasing group at 27 seconds. May as well be rejoining the front very soon.
Yeah, just 3K to go to the top of this climb. Yardi van der Lee has got 15 King of the Mountains points already. So it could be that van der Lee is thinking about the Mountains jersey now, or will be, if those 2 riders get to the top of the climb. But Movistar now, with all 3 of their riders on the front, I think are trying to shut down this 30-second gap if they can.
Milesi is still part of the group, so they're still with 4 riders as
Pedro Lopez and Aino Rubio setting the pace on the front.
I think the protected rider today might be Enric Mas, and as a second choice might be Aino Rubio.
Enric Mas looking around to see whether Juan Pedro Lopez has done any damage to that big group. He's done a little bit. He's almost put his teammate Lorenzo Milesi into a bit of difficulty there.
Narvaez also moved it a little bit at the back, while here at the front is Kulset and Ciccone, well slotted up on the front.
Juan Pedro Lopez has taken a couple of seconds back on Jan Christen. Bathed in sweat, the Swiss rider.
He's just focused. What is he doing?
Last couple of kilometres of this climb, the gradient gives over a little bit, gives up is the word I'm after. But for the next kilometre or so, it's still just over 8%.
It's also a very good ride by the Pinarello Q36.5 team, has placed 3 riders at the front, Zukowski, Donovan and De La Cruz. Leaving a little bit maybe isolated Chris Harper, which is still in the top 10, but maybe that was intentional to have those riders up on the front right now, and maybe they can be helpful for the Australian later on.
Johannes Kulset, Alexander Vlasov, Gianmarco Garofoli, Wout Poels. Then comes Enric Mas. And Mark Donovan, followed by Juan Pedro Lopez and Andreas Leknesund. Looking for Jonathan Narvaez. He's on the wheel of his teammate Igor Arrieta, but this group is still together. And they're not making a massive impact on Jan Christen and Yardi van der Lee. It's still 29 seconds. Milesi unzipping his jersey a little bit in the heat, so too is Wout Poels. Jonas Vingegaard in an interview yesterday said, well, at least it's going to be a lovely sunny day in the Alps, and that's true. I mean, they wouldn't want a freezing cold day, would they? On a wet day, that would be miserable, but this is surprisingly strong sunlight and surprisingly high temperatures for this time of year in this part of the world.
Incredibly, very often in Aosta, such another town in Italy in the middle of a valley, such Bolzano, it's incredibly hot, and you would not expect us. They're very close to the mountains, but it almost became like a oven, cooking a little bit the people and the riders.
Bagna Maria.
Exactly. 1.9 till the top. Soon is going to be much easier and less severe slopes as the peloton conceding a little bit of ground still, but not too much, as a rider from net company Ineos, seems like a Magnus Sheffield, might be.
They won't just maybe carers at the side of the road, just maybe just getting bottles.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's moved up right onto the flanks of the Bismaliso bike rider who's doing the work on the front. There's going to be an awful lot of bidons drunk today, one way and another, by the riders in the peloton. Yardi van der Lee slots a couple into his bottle cages. Squirt some cold water over his flanks as well. Keep those muscles down a bit.
I've been at the front for the lead. The job was always done by Jan Christen.
He's not asked for help either, has he, as far as I've seen? Not expected or asked for help for Yardi van der Lee. It'd be interesting to see whether van der Lee tries to come round him for these mountains points on offer at the top.
It would be very, very disrespectful.
Wouldn't go down well, I don't think. But he is in a better position in the King of the Mountains competition going into today than Jan Christen. He's already scored 15 points, whereas Jan Christen has yet to open his account. Well, we'll find out. You can see how the gradient does now just give up a little bit.
As the whole Movistar team at the front now, Milesi and Rubio. Milesi is going to do what he usually do. Milesi in the race. So sitting at the front and just destroying the peloton. Because we can as well call this a peloton since it's featuring 22 riders still.
So Aino Rubio with Jefferson Cepeda, they go off the front, opening up a little bit of a lead. The Ecuadorian and the Colombian.
Still Timo Kilic and Tim Rex at the front.
Terrific ride from them. Bearing in mind how much climbing talent there is at the front of the race, just to hold them at 1 minute 40 is a phenomenal performance. But we're getting to the top bit by bit of the first climb of the day, and it's one of the biggest, the second biggest climb of the entire day is very nearly dealt with. It's also the second highest point other than Pila on today's course. Around about 160 meters short of the peak of Pila, which tops out at 1,793 meters.
They're nearly there. 600 meters to go. Whether to be seen if the descent as well is featuring some nasty corners, because as you see the road is not overly or too large at this point. Here's the recap of the overall climber standings.
Well, of course, none of these top 5 riders, with the exception of Aino Rubio, are close to the front of the race, and I think Rubio's left it too late to be able to score a good amount of points at the top of the climb, although there are points available for the first 7 riders over the line. So it looks like Rubio's going to pick up some of them. But the big prize of 40 points could be about to go to Jan Christen, unless Yardi van der Lee wants to nip round and or will van der Lee settle for second place at 18 points, given the fact that Christen has done all the work on the climb.
There's a very big difference in points between first and second,
isn't it? It would be a plucky move if he were to come round here. Looks like he's not going to. And it looks therefore as if Jan Christen will become a player in the King of the Mountains competition very, very soon.
$100 meters to go till the top. There it is. Il Gran Premio della Montagna di San Barthélemy.
Oh,
he's doing
it. Does. He comes round and Jan Christen doesn't protest at all. Yardi van der Lee almost apologetically just offering a conciliatory gesture there, but Jan Christen may be understanding that van der Lee is in a different race from him effectively, and he's hunting the points.
So van der Lee, Jan Christen in second position. Soon we're going to see the riders at the back. We're fair to expect Aino Rubio crossing the line in third. It's Ciccone, then Rubio and Arrieta. We're going to see a little bit more. Ciccone almost like targeting the points. Arrieta, Cepeda, Juliansen, Bowman, Fulset and Leknesson, all the remaining of the main peloton, as Zukowski having a little bit of a hard time, but he's still in contention. And the descent itself is very narrow, as you can see. You might expect Bismaliza bike at the peloton, in the peloton, conceding even more ground.
Well, he left it very late and he did the minimum effort there. There was absolutely no response from Jan Christen, nor was there any protest. That hand gesture is quite telling. I think he was almost a little bit embarrassed by having to do that, but he does move into a strong position now in the King of the Mountains competition, because that climb was worth 40 points to add to the 15 he started with today. He's now on 55 points, which on the road puts him already up into 3rd place ahead of Felix Gall. He's got half the tally of Jonas Vingegaard, but he's got an awful lot more points available on the road today. The next of them come after quite a while, actually. It's not to the top of the Cat 3 Douai climb with 71.2k to go that he's got the opportunity to pick up another 9 points. And that would put him in 2nd place in the competition.
Back of the peloton. Now 20 seconds, seems like this group with Ciccone, they're gaining a little bit of ground over the duo of the Lee and Jan Christen. I haven't seen Narvaez yet, but surely he's part of this group still.
Yep, I'd be surprised if Jonathan Narvaez wasn't there, but it's quite a big group, isn't it? So it's hard to see all the way down to the back of that line as they descend and start to make a small inroads into the advantage of these two. Jan Christen and Jardi van der Lee over the first big climb of the day. The St. Barthélemy climb is done. Now a long, long descent. And actually, after the descent, when they get to the little village of Loos, there are 11 kilometres of completely flat valley road before they get into Aosta again. And then they start to climb.
At the same time, the real descent hasn't really started. This is some sort of false flat, and that's why I think the moto cars were overtaking the duo, because it seems like the speed at the back is much faster, much higher. Let's have a look if we see Narvaez. I've seen Arrieta, but not Narvaez. Ah, there he is. He was hiding, the little Ecuadorian.
He's very good at hiding, isn't he?
Yeah.
So squat and aerodynamic, but tucked in perfectly there. So we've still got 23 riders in that chase group. At 16 seconds, the gap's coming down.
Soon the two groups, they will be merging, rejoining the front of the race.
Well, a very good start to the race today for Jardi van der Lee, you have to say. Didn't do any of the work, sat on the wheel of Jan Christen, took 40 points. And invested much less energy than the Swiss rider in that move. Planetarium here, astronomical observatory. Staring up into the skies above the Alps. Looking for signs of life. Confirmation of the order of the first climb of the day. Sepede Donovan and Chris Juul Jensen picking up 6th, 7th and 8th place and the minor points. Eight seconds then, time gap coming down fast. The chase group are coming back on this long descent down into the valley, and then the approach to Aosta again. Actually, if you're a real bike fan, the place to be is right where we are, in the centre of Aosta. You'd have seen the riders at the start, signing on and rolling out. You're about to witness them again coming through Aosta, and then even after the stage is finished, you can see them all come back to their team buses, which have remained down at the bottom of the climb.
Some teams will, I think they will come down since the temperature is very high on the bike, down to Aosta rather than the cable car. Got it right this time?
Yep.
And nonetheless, a lot of people are reaching the cable car to join in the finish line, so we fairly expect a lot of people on the last climb. Here's the peloton.
Time gap to peloton's come down as well, hasn't it? It was 140 on the climb, and now it's at 107. I guess this is just more, you know, Timo Kielich and Tim Rex, this is more within their skill set, isn't it? Good to say.
Yeah, definitely. But so far is the tactic they want to use, the strategy to use the lesser capable climbers of them all, such Timo Kielich and Tim Rex, to manage the effort, to manage the gap in this very moment. They succeeded. And I think those two riders, their deadline is going to be after 50k. So the intermediate sprint or Rosa is going to be where the job is going to be done and finished. But so far, so good for them.
It'll also be the intermediate sprint at Rosa, hopefully for him, where Jonathan Narvaez's job will effectively be finished for the day. 79.1 kilometres to go. So in other words, 30 kilometres until we get to the intermediate sprint, where Narvaez will be hoping to pick up 12 points. That would place him in the Maglia Ciclamino at the end of the day by 1 single point to Paul Magnier.
Well, this marks 32 years since the first victory of Pantani. Beloved Pantani in Giro d'Italia stage in Trentino.
22 years now since Pantani died, isn't it? A long time.
I remember exactly that day. It was St. Valentine, and I was junior, and we were in a training camp of the team house, and waking up in the morning because the news was spread early in the morning. And I don't remember particularly the emotions that I had, but I remember seeing that on the TV.
And the sense of shock.
Yeah, because
unexpected news. Yeah.
We have in the meantime one Benton. As you can see, it was the rider before.
Well, we spotted him off the back, didn't we, early on?
Yeah, it didn't look good. It was a strange position for him to be in.
Can only be a sickness, I think, for Christian Scaroni.
Yeah. And yeah, coming back on Pantani, I think him and Cipollini, they basically shaped what cycling was all about for the Italians that were starting riding in the 90s. And of course, having this news, sad news of the departures of Marco, very sad way, was something as a shock for the whole cycling family in the 90s.
Bit of trouble here for Thomas Pezzenti, the climber from Polti Visit Malta, who we haven't seen a great deal of in this Giro so far. They're having to work really hard to get back into this peloton, which is flying on this descent.
Jan Hirt.
This is the back of the front group that you're looking at. Jan Hirt, the sole representative of Team NSN at the front. But their best climber, Jan Hirt, former stage winner at the Giro. That is the blue nose strip of Jan Christen. Two riders at the front of the race. Good start to the day for Jardy van der Lee, once again in a breakaway. And some characteristically aggressive and strong riding from Jan Christen. Whether or not it was the right thing to do, tactically for the team, I think we'll only find out at the end of the day. But certainly it presented, I think, that his teammates Igor Arrieta and Jonathan Narvaez with an excuse not to do any of the pace setting on that climb. And Narvaez will be hoping that they can make that pay for them when they get to the intermediate sprint at Rosa.
The only thing that might happen is Garofoli going on the attack early to trying to sneak away the points to Narvaez, but
which is why Arrieta, having Arrieta there and Jan Christen will be very important for them.
Garofoli is all alone in this and would be easily shut down, but I think also Narvaez has could expect this sort of attitude from the young Italian rider of Soudal Quickstep. So here's a recap of all the riders, 23 riders at the front of the race. A lot of riders from Movistar, 4 riders. They're the biggest in number. Then you have Pinarello Q36 and UAE Team Emirates with 3 riders. Then many other teams with 2 or even 1 solo rider.
Vlasov's on his own, Garofoli, as you were saying, is on his own. Baumann and Jules Jensen, both there from Jaco. Crescioli, the only Ponti rider today. Arietta, though, importantly, there with Jan Christen and Jonathan Narvaez. Wout Poels is the only Unibet rider. Johannes Koolset and, inevitably, Andreas Leknesund from Una X Mobility. Mark Donovan, as well, it should be said, is also a rider who was in the breakaway yesterday, finishing in the top 10. Leknesund finishing second on a stage of the Giro d'Italia for the 3rd time in his career yesterday, and the 2nd time on this edition of the race.
Back in the peloton here with the wall. Tiesman Lisa bike at the front, 8 riders slotted in there.
They are sending out a signal that the breakaway will not get to the finish line today. They're keeping a very tight brief, tight watch on the breakaway. I think the biggest time gap they've had was around about just over 1 minute and 40 seconds. And, the riders in the break would need a lot more than that heading to the foot of the Pilar climb to have any chance of success.
I think the main goal is, of course, the general classification, but in order to do so, in order to have a hard race, they need to ride hard now. So that's why it's going to be a consequences of this, the little chances that the breakaway has over anybody else.
Right in front of our commentary position here as we gaze in wonder at these big alpine peaks, and the first snow-capped peaks we've seen at the Giro. But in front of our commentary position, which is, as we've been saying, right outside the cable car entrance that's taking spectators up to Pilar, there is a long queue of spectators now queuing for the cable car. I think we're going to see lots of fans at the top of the climb. And there's Aosta down in the valley. That's where we're dropping down to. That may not actually be Aosta, but it's the Valle d'Aosta. And then there's an 11-kilometre flat route that takes them back into Aosta before the next climb begins. You can see Jardi van der Lee there, moving up ahead of Felix Gall into 3rd place, 55 points now. If he wins the next climb, he will move into 2nd place above Diego Sevilla. He only needs those 9 points to do that, and there's 9 points at the top of the Cat 3 Douai climb.
Nonetheless, Vingegaard is still very far, and for he likes he can have the next and the last climb of the day, which will give him a chance of scoring another 50 points. So it's not an easy job to take this jersey away from Jonas Vingegaard at the moment, which he doesn't particularly or necessarily target, but he happened to wearing it because he won the only 2 uphill finish of this Giro d'Italia.
Nevertheless, the rider who finishes in 2nd place today in the King of the Mountains competition might well be wearing the blue jersey tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because there's a strong possibility that Jonas Vingegaard is going to be swapping blue for pink at the end of the day.
That's what he wants to do.
It's a better position for Eulalio on the descent. In around about 10th place. As they drop down this long descent from the San Bartolomé climb. 101k to go. We've done about just over a quarter of today's parcours. Leknesund just doesn't know when to say no, because he attacks every single day seemingly. Getting so used to seeing the Norwegians champions jersey up the road. Beaten into 2nd place on the stage into Fermo by Jonathan Narvaez. And yesterday, after an explosive attack in which we thought he might have distanced the entire field, he was caught and passed in some style by Alberto Bettiol.
And at the same time today, when the breakaway was forming, he was also very active. It's not like just being there, you know, just assuring to be there. He was actively part of creating this breakaway. So it's very generous rider and way of riding from the Norwegian national champion, Andreas Leknesund, being already granted the chance of wearing the Maglia Rosa in the past in 2021, when he was still wearing the color of Team DSM, which in the evolution is now Picnic post-NL. Always keep the same style of the jersey, you know, with the two stripes in the middle, just changing colors according to the sponsor. When Leknesund was there, it was black, if I'm not mistaken, with light blue stripes.
Well,
before there was only black, when it was somewhere
black and white.
Yeah, black and white with a red stripe.
Yeah. Yes, I think you're right. I think it was, yeah. It was very, that's kit that they had there, DSM, that was very similar in some ways to the first Team Sky kit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
Black with the blue stripe.
The best they ever had was Sunweb time, when Matthews was part of it, like white jersey and the two stripes, when also Tom Dumoulin was there.
Tom Dumoulin won the Giro.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
it was a good kit.
That was a good kit. Talking of Team Sky, I had a long chat because we are parked up here right next to the start line as well, and so it was an opportunity, I think, for both of us to go and meet some friends and colleagues in the peloton, either as riders or in the directors' cars. I had a long chat with Dave Brailsford, who I haven't seen for a long time, the mastermind behind Team Sky, who was very interesting. We didn't really talk about cycling. We talked about his, I think, 4 years away from cycling in total, when he went into the world of football, first with Olympic Nice, and then, of course, working behind the scenes at Manchester United, one of the biggest football clubs in the world. Let's just put it this way, it was fascinating, and it was a lot harder and messier than I think he imagined when he went into the sport. And I think he's pretty happy that he's back in the world of cycling. He said actually, it's quite interesting, he said, you know, as much as he'd always grown up as a football fan, so it was a dream come true for him to be, you know, a director at such a big club and involved in shaping it. He said, A, it was very hard, and B, the more he looked at cycling from the outside, the more he missed it. And this year in particular, he suddenly, you know, felt like a fan again when opening weekend came around. He was so excited. You know, he got the television out and he sort of sat down and wanted to spend the whole day on the couch, and actually thought, no, I'm never going to go back to football. This is my world. And we were sat there in the sunshine, looking up at these hills, and he said, look at it. I mean, I've missed this. And it's a big part of this sport, isn't it? The places it takes us.
Yeah, sometimes you grow up in cycling, you know, give something for granted, how unique is the sport. I think also soccer is unique in their own way.
Sure.
It's also like kind of a big family, you know. I think like the fact that it's quite reduced in terms of teams and riders and staff members is not as big as the soccer. It makes it also like a big family, you know. And I'm not surprised what you said about his comeback and the excitement that was coming with. And indeed, he's thanks to his comeback to the team, also a new sponsor came on board. Just
really big sponsor. He was telling me about them actually. It's a 5-year contract they've signed. That company with
very big company from Denmark, as you will imagine, from IT. Tonelli has been distanced. I think he was dropped in the climb.
Yeah, it's back of the peloton.
Yeah, to a mechanical, he was dropped, and it's in the land of, in the middle of nowhere.
Alessandro Tonelli, who you may remember, was the rider who last year at Giro d'Italia did a Diego Sevilla. He was leading all the classifications in the opening week.
They're at bottom of the descent. Now they're going to have something like 11 kilometers, and then heading up again to the intermediate sprint or Razan. It is a sprint, but they need to climb to get in there. After that, a little descent before starting the climb of Douze. This I have a hard time also pronouncing this.
I'll tell you, it's actually, I double-checked this. It's pronounced Douai. You don't pronounce the S.
Douai. Easy.
Yes, Douai.
This is a third category climb, 6 kilometers at 6%, more or less. Not too hard compared to what they're doing now as Cepeda, Christian, and as well And Arieta, they want some water. The cars have not yet been allowed because the climb was too narrow, I think. Once the peloton will be hitting the bottom of the descent, all the team cars would be allowed to rejoin the front.
My question is, how many bidons has he got if he's got to service 23 riders in this?
Not going to last much.
He won't have that many, will he?
And of course, it's just water. Like rider nowadays, they use the chance of you drinking to have a lot of mineral salt or carbs.
Trouble for Filippo Ganna.
Mechanical for him. He has to change bike.
Bike swap. Back in. A little bit of a chase on for Filippo Ganna. Hardly ideal for the great Italian. Is it flat tyre or is it something more than that?
Yeah,
rear wheel. And unlike Michael Storer's team, Tudor Pro Cycling, Ineos there just going straight for a bike swap, and a very fast one at that. Car slams its brakes onto a halt, doors open, bike off the roof rack. You're counting it almost Formula One style in terms of seconds, aren't you? And then straight back on and a push from the second mechanic.
Leonardo Basso, the director from Italy, being teammate as well.
I should say, sorry, not mechanic.
Yeah, it was a good combination. The mechanic was taking the bike and give it to him while Basso was pushing him. And the mechanic replacing the Filippo Ganna bike on the roof.
And I think Basso is in the passenger seat, and that car's being driven by Elia Viviani.
It was like this the other day. We also saw one day Geraint Thomas, also now part of the staff, have been being retired. Spent the majority or almost the entirety of his career as well, Basso in the color of Sky and then Ineos. Just a brief spell in the color of Barlow, but just because the team was not yet existing.
Yes. Raced the Tour de France as the Barlow world rider. He was the youngest rider in the peloton that year. I think it was 2007. So we look at the main peloton, the Gruppo Maglia Rosa. It's not a complete peloton. So the Gruppetto on that long descent didn't get back on.
No, that will be very nearly impossible for the Gruppetto, and I don't think they even want to do so. If you can dig a little deeper and have the chance to stay within the peloton, you might do. But if it's too far, it doesn't make sense to spend too much energy at this point, because the day is going to be very long still for the sprinters.
So Nick Zakowski keeping the pace going for Pinarello Q36.5, the veteran Spaniard as well, David de la Cruz and Mark Donovan.
Now some teams car appeared at the back. We saw the Suda Quick Step, the first team car present at the back, and soon will be joined by other directors sportif from other teams. There's Garofoli, he knows he has a car behind, so he's going to be the first one to be fueled and providing some food and drinks from his own car rather than the neutral car.
13 kilometers to go until the intermediate sprint at Rosan. Movistar are very active towards the top of the San Barthélemy climb, but found it hard to shut down Jan Christen and Jordi van der Lee. However, those two riders now have, as you can see,
Garofoli is going to be on a demanding duty later. I think he's going to be deployed and used to try to, possibly in a sneaky way, if we may use this word, taking the points away from Jonathan Narvaez, because his teammates Paul Manier is in Maglia Ciclamino.
I don't think Sudan Quickstep will be. I mean, they want to hold on to. They want to dominate the jersey. Paul Manier has been the only rider who's worn it ever since Burgas back in Bulgaria, which seems a long, long time ago. But I think if they do lose it by 1 point, maybe for one day, because it is a bunch sprint into Milan tomorrow, I don't think they'll be overly worried by Jonathan Narvaez.
Still, there are a lot of opportunities for Jonathan Narvaez, and notably in the second week, a couple of occasions, especially in
the third week.
Yeah, in the third week, yeah. Two chances. They want to Andalo and also the stage to Pieve di Soligo.
And
two stages.
And stages like this, isn't it, where there's a climb that's hard enough for Paul Manier to be dropped, and maybe a sprint quite early in the stage. Those are the ones where Narvaez, if he's really targeting the Maglia Ciclamino, which the way he's racing today suggests he is, that could make it difficult for Manu.
Yeah, because there are a lot of points available on the road in the intermediate sprint, as we are back at the peloton where Manuel Gebersgabir is fueling some riders. Tim Teutenberg, the young German, is still featuring in the peloton. A lot of ice cubes for all the riders.
I was going to say that normally gets slipped underneath the fabric there on the nape of the neck to keep the rider cool as possible. Temporarily, of course, the ice melts quite quickly. Team radio at the moment that I'm listening to is just full of team cars being called forward. There are a lot of teams represented at the front of the race. Movistar with 4 riders there. Pinarello, UAE, both with 3 riders. EF Education Easy Post with 2, Jefferson Cepeda and Yardi van der Lee. Jaco Alula with 2, UNOX Mobility with 2. Well, that's 6 teams right there. Here's another 6 teams. Alpecin, Premier Tech, Lidl Trek, NSN all with 1, Red Bull Border, Hansgrohe, Vlasov, Soudal Quickstep, just with Garofoli, Crescioli there from Team Polti Visit Malta, and Unibet Rose Rockets have 1. So 13 different teams at the front of the race.
Yeah, if we take away the GC teams who were not really involved into slotting themselves at the front, just very few teams are missing. Astana, XTS, Bardiani, and
Picnic Postenel.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Well,
because I think was intentional, by obviously quite obvious from Visma Lease bike. Tudor as well. They didn't try, and they well escorted, escorting both Matisse Rondel and Michael Schorer. The same we could say about the net company Ineos, Bahrain at the same time. So all those teams, I think, that just have didn't want to have a rider up on the road because they want to keep the whole team around their leader.
Talking of which, that's Bart Lemon pacing Jonas Vingegaard back to the front of the bunch. Back down into the valley, and the temperature rises again, gaining another 7 degrees. It was 21 degrees over the top of the San Bartolomé climb. Pretty stifling down in the valley at 28 degrees. There's some good work being done by the riders at the front of the race. And they've extended their advantage now to 2:05. This man was one of the first to attack Chris Hamilton, following the initial move of Mattia Bates and Manuele Tarozzi, but he didn't last long off the front of the race, and that performance is symptomatic a little bit of Picnic Postenel's entire Giro d'Italia, which has looked both a little bit directionless and a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, of course, it's not just about choosing the right momentum when it's so hard uphill. You need to have also good legs. It seems like they didn't quite dare with the power Picnic Postenel. Often they late on launching the attacks, but also when the legs matters, only the legs matter. Seems like they don't quite have it for the moment. That's Bernie Eisel, a director for Lidl Trek, in conversation with Giulio Ciccone.
2 big characters there, Ciccone and Bernie Eisel. Has Ciccone picked the right breakaway today? He's been frustrated so far.
Hard to say for the moment.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like
it doesn't.
But I don't think there was a right breakaway today. And at the same time, you need to give yourself a chance, because if you would have just stayed in the peloton,
what's the point?
Yeah. Tomorrow anyway is going to be rest day for Ciccone, not for his team, as they still have to get the now how can I say, looked victory, because they're missing that opportunity so far. As Milesi,
I don't know whether he intended that, really. He's just so strong in this Giro, isn't he? He's got Lopez on his wheel, but he's opened up a gap that I'm not sure he really intended to get. Leknesund closes it with Cohn Baumann on his wheel, and then Zukowski with Poulset, Cepeda, and Yardi van der Lee. And then come the UAE Team Emirates trio. We're getting quite close now to the intermediate sprint. It's at 79.1k, so 7k to go until the sprint.
And that's the only moment where they just have to have a good collaboration, because later on the climb, it's just going to be a good tempo. Jan Christen was checking where Narvaez is. They want to ensure that they stay together. I mean, even if it's just for one day, it's nonetheless a good achievement for Narvaez to be able to wear the maglia Ciclamino.
Yeah, competition that we thought would be a straight fight between Paul Magnier and Jonathan Milan has suddenly got over the last few days, a third party heavily involved, and it is Jonathan Narvaez. And even if Magnier were to extend his lead and take a big leap forward again in Milan, there's a real value in sitting in second place in any of these classifications, because there is no guarantee that any of these riders, none of them are guaranteed to make it to Rome. So if the worst were to befall Paul Magnier through sickness or ill fortune, then it would be Jonathan Milan or Jonathan Narvaez standing on the podium instead.
Yes, as we recapped the other day when we were talking about this, I mean, you also have to get through the next week and also through today. We told the story in 2018 Tour de France when Peter Sagan was again dominating the Maglia Verde, the sprint jersey, and eventually at 2 stages from the stage in Paris, he crashed heavily, and there was rumors that he were maybe abandoning. All of a sudden, the intermediate sprints since then were almost uncontested by anybody because he had such a large gap. Became such a frantic sprint from everybody because they saw I might as well be the second in line, because if he drops out,
it's a green jersey.
It's a green jersey.
The outskirts of Aosta. And he looks very relaxed, doesn't he? Pointing at his road captain, the hugely experienced Damiano Caruso, who has clearly been a big part, I think, of the last 9 days of Eulalio's journey in pink.
Yeah, giving him a lot of suggestion how to handle. He was never really able to wear the maglia rosa, Damiano Caruso, but he worked for so many champions to take us through his career. Started off as a pure domestic, but eventually with the age he became more and more reliable. And if you check the general classification of the Giro d'Italia in the last 4 years, every time he was on the start line, he was either in the top 5 or doing great things. He's finished 4th, 5th and 2nd in the last 4 years.
That's quite a rare career trajectory. Very often it's the other way, isn't it? You start off as a winner and then bit by bit, year on year, you discover a role as a domestique. But I mean, another good example of that, at an even higher level, was Geraint Thomas. For many years was a very, very successful track rider, but on the road considered to be just a very strong domestique, until eventually ended up winning the Tour de France.
Yeah, when he had the opportunity, was well prepared and good enough to win the only Grand Tour, the Tour de France, after the Chris Froome era.
Very, very nearly winning the Giro d'Italia as well.
Yeah. And also in that occasion, on very late in his career. They're on the climb to the intermediate sprint of Rosa.
Zakowski from Pinarello Q36.5 setting the pace. Ciccone on his wheel, Garofoli, Leknesund and Sapeda towards the front. Arrieta then bringing Narvaez closer to the front. Those slate roof tiles of the Aosta Valley, shining in the sunshine, the sun bouncing off the polished slate. Huge slate tiles carved in these semicircular shapes, hammered into the roof joists.
Fit point, fit zone for the riders.
What a hard day it is today. It really is.
That's why you see riders kind of taking easy for the moment. They're not yet going full gas, not fully committed. They created the gap, they have a gap over the peloton, which is there. 2 minute 30 are nothing for a stage like today. That's why they need to manage.
It's getting a little bit, is it getting a bit active towards the front? Certainly that's just passing through that feed zone, there were just some little gaps developing.
Yeah, there was Narvaez at the front. he just want to ensure to have the chance to get those points.
And just to recap, he does need to win the sprint. Second place isn't good enough for him. He's got an 11-point deficit to make up on Paul Magnier, and there's 12 points for first place. So it has to be first place or nothing, effectively, in terms of taking the Maglia Ciclamino today.
Nonetheless, this for a rider that is not a sprinter and so far into the race is quite an achievement, to just being able also to be in contention for the Maglia, for the point jersey. It's quite remarkable from this man, being able to win 3 stages, and very active in multiple occasions.
4.2 kilometers to go. Not ideally placed right now, Jonathan Narvaez. He slipped a little bit.
But he has teammates with him. They can help him in taking control and ensuring that they all stay together towards the intermediate sprint.
You have to go back to 2012, I think, for the last time a non-sprint specialist won the Maglia Ciclamino, and that was Purito Rodriguez in 2012. And before him, actually, there was a series of climbers who won it. Scarponi in 2011, Evans in 2010, and Menchov in 2009.
I think for a moment there was
a different
also
priority,
because now, of course, the points are not evenly spread over the stages. The harder the stage, the lesser point there are, which sound counterintuitive, but it has become not just the point jersey, but the sprinter jersey in a way.
Yeah, although you could argue that last year Mads Pedersen, you know, he won a variety of different stages. He wasn't a pure sprinter, he's just strong all round.
He was just stronger everywhere basically last year, because in the purest sprints he was always often beaten by either Olaf Koy, Kieran Groves, or Casper Van Uden in another occasion. So in the pure bunch sprint he was never winning, but he was able to get nonetheless 4 victories last year. So this was giving him the chance of wearing the Maglia Ciclamino, actually from the very beginning, from the very first stage till the end.
He wore it all the way through, didn't he? Yep. Which is what Magnier is hoping to be able to do, but I think his possibility of wearing the Maglia Ciclamino from Burgas to Rome might be about to take a bit of a blow, because Jonathan Narvaez is in this group. He's got support. He's on 119 points. He needs to win to move to 131. 1 point ahead of Paul Magnier's 130. Wow. They'll be boiling in those pink, sort of like almost chemical hazard suits that they pulled on.
Yeah, we said already early that we are in front, you know, for the cable car going up to Pila. So we not just have the chance to see how many people are actually joining the top of the climb, but also how they're dressed. And I can tell you, maybe Ned, I know you're more focused sometimes than me on your book, so I sometimes you know, stand up and looking outside, and I can tell you I've seen a lot of weird things happen. Yeah. There's also a mummy from the sponsor Regina walking around. He must be feeling hot in that costume.
Regina, if you're not aware, it's a toilet paper company, and their marketing trick is to have a couple of people dressed as Egyptian mummies, completely wrapped up in toilet paper, which is fine if it's a cooler day, but if it's 29 degrees or whatever it is now, it's not ideal. Just under 3 kilometers to go, and Milesi. Well, Arrieta's going to have to shut this down, because they can't let Milesi get to the sprint.
Narvaez is just there in the 5th wheel, and look, is there Garofoli.
Garofoli would almost have a duty to disrupt and try and take the points from Jonathan Narvaez, if he can.
If he can, exactly, because Narvaez is much faster. Arrieta is going to be instructed to slow it down. I had the chance this morning, as you said, we are in the parking where the teams are, to see the father of Arrieta.
Oh yeah.
Director for many years at Movistar, now in Decathlon CMA CGM team. And I asked how he did felt, you know, the day his son won a stage, and it was like, it was heartbreaking, because it was not straightforward, as majority of you will remember. It was a dramatic stage with a lot of crashes at the end.
Well, Arrieta, who won it, lost it twice, didn't he, in the last 10 kilometres?
But nonetheless, he pointed out that him and Aulalio are battling since the beginning of the year, starting off in Alula Tour, and since then that's why it was even more interesting the way the race was ridden that very day in Potenza. But they're clashing since the very early races of this year. Eulalio, Maglia Rosa, and Arrieta became victorious in that magnificent day of bike racing. Eulalio got awarded with the Maglia Rosa, which he's still wearing since then. 1.6 till the intermediate.
So far, so good for Jonathan Narvaez. Igor Arrieta has shut down any dangers so far. Slightly flatter road here, borderline descending actually to the final kilometre before the intermediate sprint at Rosa. Makes it a little bit more difficult on this kind of terrain as it kicks up again for Garofoli to launch an attack, but he is there, sitting on the wheel of Jonathan Narvaez, and he is a danger, Garofoli. Depends how sharp the gradients are towards the top of this climb. Narvaez sits in third place, communicating with Arrieta, presumably asking him to keep the pace high now to make this difficult. He'll know that Garofoli is on his wheel. The Pinarello Q36.5 riders, I don't think are going to try and get involved in this intermediate sprint. It feels to me like it's going to be contested between Narvaez and Garofoli. 1K to go. Fascinating little subplot. This is why we have these secondary classifications. It doesn't always work out like this, but when it does, it really animates the race and leaves us all guessing. And two big champions vying for the Maglia Ciclamino. Paul Magnier with 2 victories versus Jonathan Narvaez with 3. If this works for Narvaez, he will lead to the Maglia Ciclamino at the end of the day by 1 solitary point. Thrilling stuff. Arrieta keeping it high, keeping it rolling. Garofoli, 700 metres to go, too far for him to go, but Narvaez perfectly placed. It's David de la Cruz in second place, and Narvaez is just tucked in on the wheel of the Spanish climber.
We get in there, 600 meters is going to be more or less the same percentage uphill. He has a very demanding task, Narvaez. You can almost consider him as a sprinter in a bunch field, in a bunch sprint. He will not be. It will be very unlikely to see him out of the top 10. Garofoli moves up.
Jonathan Narvaez is quite happy for the Italian just to move up in front of him, and now Narvaez can keep an eye on Garofoli.
At this point, Garofoli is doing a rather smart move, if you want. You know, keeping Narvaez closed, doesn't have space to launch his sprint. But if enough is, it just shout to Arrieta to move on the right to do so.
David de la Cruz is blocking Narvaez. Narvaez looking for space on the left. They go. He stalls. Garofoli nearly unleashed there. It's obviously a steep, difficult last 100 metres. Arrieta is going to lead out. The Italian slips his hands down to the drops now to launch his effort. Narvaez hasn't really got going yet. Garofoli already out of the saddle. Now he goes, and Narvaez will come off the wheel of Arrieta, and these two do battle now. It looks like Garofoli might have this. Where's the finishing line? Narvaez has got so much petrol acceleration under the tank, though. Blasts clear, takes those 12 points, and it's not mathematically true, but it is effectively true. He lands himself into the Maglia Ciclamino by 1 point.
Yeah, needless to say, he has to finish the stage, but at this point of the race, he is in the virtual Maglia Ciclamino, of course.
Well, don't you love it when a plan comes off? We talked about that possibility during the neutralised rollout, and that's exactly what happened.
And that happened. Good ride so far, once again from UAE Team Emirates. It's definitely sad they got lost 3 of the best climbing climbers of the team, and a nasty crash of the second stage to Veliko Tarnovo. But this eventually opened up much more freedom to the remaining riders to go for the stage hunt and kind of racing in a much more artistic way, I would say. But the power of Narvaez just cannot be matched by Garofoli.
Yeah, the only uncertainty there from our perspective was where was the finishing line, but yeah, Gianmarco Garofoli powerless in the face of the raw speed that Jonathan Narvaez is capable of demonstrating. Comfortable in the end for Narvaez. Good teamwork though. Arrieta did a big ride for Jonathan Narvaez.
A little thank you from Narvaez on the radio to Arrieta. And with my surprise, I discovered that Narvaez, he raced 1 year for Quick-Step, and he was teamed with Enric Mas, and I guess you do not remember as well.
I don't remember that.
Only 1 year, which is surprised because it was new pro, so it's very strange that it just for 1 year, because there is a bare minimum for new pros, and it's 2 years long contract. But it was a Quick-Step briefly.
Jumping ahead to stage 16, which is the next opportunity for Jonathan Narvaez. It's very doable, the intermediate sprints, potentially for him. It's the stage Ducati, which is a big summit finish on stage 16. But before that, 2/3 of the way through the stage and over 3 quite modest climbs, a Cat 3, a Cat 2, another Cat 3 and another Cat 2, there is an intermediate sprint.
Yeah, and
you could do it all over again and pick up another 12 points.
And tomorrow, of course, there is a stage that goes in very much in favor of Paul Magnier. Tomorrow's stage to Milan. It's a mighty 50 point in case of victory. But first of all, you need to survive today. You need to sprint tomorrow. And it's not straightforward. For the moment, he has a chance, Narvaez, to move himself at the front of this classification. So he took the chance. He's now leading. You need to finish the race, you need to recover it. And tomorrow it's another day, another match for the Maglia Ciclamino. And I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow Jonathan Narvaez will try to sprint himself.
Yeah.
I mean, a top 10 is always possible for Narvaez in a bunch sprint. No more than that, but a top 10 is doable. As they start in the climb, the second categorized climb of today's stage to Douai.
It's a Cat 3 climb. They go over the top at 71.2k to go, so it's just over 5 kilometers long, this climb, as the 25 riders at the front of the race get back into working order. And Movistar, with their big numerical advantage, sharing the work. It's Juan Pedro Lopez and Lorenzo Milesi, who's been tirelessly strong so far in this Giro d'Italia, sharing the pace setting with Andreas Leknesund, who's been busy on the front again. He's not what you call, Leknesund is not what you call an economical rider. When you think about Jonathan Narvaez, who does, if you like, he's so targeted when his efforts come, and other than that, he's pretty much invisible because he reads the race so well. Leknesund, you somehow feel, is a little bit too visible, does a little bit too much.
Yeah, in both occasions when he won the... He was second, sorry, in the stage. He was at the front since the beginning, spending a lot more energy than the eventual winner. So yes, I think like it's his nature, and it's very hard to change your nature. But I think for Leknesund, it's very hard to change this attitude that he has. But if he would be able to save a little bit of energy, because the shape is there. And yesterday, I think he miscalculated the climb, and it was a pity. I stopped myself yesterday at the very same hotel, you know, on the way to Aosta, and they were there. And he was all smiley. He was happy. Nonetheless, he's a very unique character, Leknesund.
That's good to hear, because he's having a terrific Giro d'Italia. All is missing from his Giro is getting over the finishing line in first place. 2 second places for him. Time gap is the biggest it's been all day now, 3 minutes and 8 seconds, but given the tests still to come, 4 more categorized climbs to come. They're on the 4th from last. The next one after the Douai climb is a short but very sharp category 1 climb, Linoir. They go over the top of that one, 50.7k to go. And then straight onto the Verognes climb, which is a Cat 2 climb. Of a similar gradient, but a little bit shorter. The other thing that Jonathan Narvaez is going to have to be an observer of, and is powerless to control, is Paul Magnier's finishing position in the expected bunch sprint tomorrow. There is a big difference between first and third.
Yeah.
25 points for third, 50 for first. So if Magnier is on the podium but doesn't win, that's a big, big win for Jonathan Narvaez. It's going to be an interesting ding-dong battle, because after Milan, that is pretty much it for Jonathan, for Paul Magnier, until they get to Rome.
Yeah, because there is one stage that you could consider it like a non-expert look of it. The stage to Pieve di Soligo might expect to be a bunch sprint, but there is the mighty Muro di Cadelpoccio ending just 10 kilometers from the finish. And I don't think anybody will be willing to control that, and, you know, preparing an amazing opportunity for the much more punchier riders, such as, again, Narvaez, the chance to go for the victory. So the next one after tomorrow's stage, 2 chances for the pure sprinters, and you have to do it right. I mean, there is also part of being lucky, a lot of things that can change very quickly. So you need to stay fit, you need to be good in the sprint, and you need to be lucky in the sprint. So a lot can change, and not as obvious as you would assume.
Well, with all our attention focused on the breakaway, let's switch our attention back and see what's happening in the yellow jersey group. Tim Rex doing the work on the front. Still setting the pace, his Malisa bike. Feels like Timo Kienlich has vanished from the front, and maybe he's done all he can. Or perhaps he's just resting and will come back to the front and carry on working.
I think that the job was to spare the much more pure climber from doing any work before the rear climb starts. It's now Team Rex, but I think soon it's going to be also replaced by Bart Lemmon.
Yeah, the time gap is going out, isn't it? 3:05. They want to keep it very, very close, so that when they do start to chase this talented group, huge group of riders at the front, they can do it in a controlled fashion, in a controllable fashion.
Some little gaps opening up at the front with, again, Leknesund, Ciccone, if I may see properly, and Kulset as well. Now being shot down by Van der Lee.
Be interesting to see what Jonathan Narvaez does now, whether he switches role completely and starts to do a lot of work on the front to keep this group away.
Well, this man won't be featuring anymore in the breakaway, as I think he's done his job of creating opportunity for the more pure climbers of the team, but Lorenzo Milesi would look a bit in distress, and I think eventually going to be dropped by the remaining riders of the breakaway.
Yeah, it does look like Timo Kienlich has disappeared, so I think they have lost his resource. And so Tim Rex on his wheel, Bart Lemmon, and then Victor Campenaerts, who they'll hope to save until much later in the stage, maybe to the foot of the Pilar climb. 3 climbs from here. A Cat 3, first of all, then a Category 1, then a Cat 2.
Zukowski as well.
He's done a fair amount of work, hasn't he, Zukowski? Been doing the work on the front, but dropped. Chris Juliensen as well, under a bit of pressure at the back.
Garofoli also doesn't look quite comfortable in there.
Well, he just had to sprint, didn't he, Garofoli? And I wonder if he's paying for that effort now. Crescioli as well towards the back, as Leknesund is pulling a group clear here, including Donovan Lopez, his teammate Johannes Kulset, and Giulio Ciccone. No UAE Team Emirates riders obviously there.
They're all there. Doesn't seem like they have the best legs to follow. As Eric Mas as well, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Featuring at the front. As it does look Enea Rubio is a little bit better in shape at the moment. About to rejoin the front.
Yeah, I think it's becoming clearer that Leknesund is working for Kulset today. I mean, even by his standards, he's doing so much work on the front, and I don't think Kulset has really done too many turns on the front.
But again, what a ride by Andreas Leknesund.
Yep.
Very powerful rider. Still very composed so far.
Group comes across to that front group, though.
Cepeda at the back. Garofoli seems like the speed on the chasing group is not as high. Try to replace himself all alone.
Jan Christian paying for that early effort on the first climb of the day. He's being dropped. It looks like Alpes in Premier Tech are losing their only representative, Luca Vegalito. Jordi van der Lee with Koen Bouwman on his wheel, David de la Cruz, Alexander Vlasov, Eno Rubio, Jan Hirt, Wout Poels, and at the back, Igor Arrieta. So a definite selection has been forced with Gianmarco Garofoli trying to ride across. But there's a definite split in this group, and it's this man who is creating it all on his own. The Norwegian national champion, Andreas Leknesund, now his teammate moves onto his wheel, Johannes Kulset.
Arrieta managed to rejoin the front of the race. As here we are more at the back and the first riders being dropped. There is the peloton, 3 minutes down, the very foot of the climb to Douai.
I mean, it's been relentless. We always knew it would be, but it's been particularly, whether you're in the peloton or in the gruppetto or riding at the front of the race, there's absolutely no let-up in the pace at the moment. But yeah, Enric Mas dropped in the company of Jonathan Narvaez and Gianmarco Garofoli, and Leknesson continuing to ride. He's pulled the best group clear here now. There's a few Giro d'Italia stage wins amongst this lot. Igor Arrieta, Giulio Ciccone, Aina Rubio, they've all won stages. Koen Bouwman's a two-time stage winner of stages at the Giro. And still Leknesson drives it on, and only Ciccone at the moment is able to follow this Norwegian train that's flying up this Douai climb. Arrieta comes round and tries to go off in pursuit of Ciccone, but Uno X Mobility shredding this group, and it's really Andreas Leknesson that's done all the damage.
Yeah, very strong ride by the Norwegian. Put everybody else in difficulty, as well as De La Cruz here, suffering to hold the wheel, Van Poels, Jan Hirt.
Pinarello Q36.5 rider has still got a teammate in that group, just in front of Koen Bouwman. It's Mark Donovan, Jan Hirt and Wout Poels. Poels the last rider in this group for Unibet Rose Rockets. A 12-rider group at the front, at most. Coulthard on a very good day today by the looks of it. Andreas Leknesson on another stellar day. Bear in mind what he did yesterday. Trying to chase Alberto Bettiol, attacking Bettiol, passed by Bettiol, and then off in pursuit of him. This is an immense ride. Seems to be getting stronger as the Giro goes on.
And more to that, he also spent 170 kilometers in the breakaway.
Yep.
So to be again in here to shaping the race how is about to unfold is just another remarkable, very reliable rider.
Feels like Wout Poels might be done if Leknesson continues this pace over the last kilometre of this climb. Oh, they come back just about that, but they're vulnerable to being dropped. Jan Hirt, Wout Poels, Mark Donovan, Koen Bouwman. Just close that little gap to Jardy van der Lee. Now watch out for the Dutch rider in the colours of EF Education EasyPost with the pink helmet and the green kit, because he is the most motivated rider in this group in terms of the general classification, but not the only one. I think Aina Rubio might well be interested in King of the Mountains points, and indeed Igor Arrieta and Giulio Ciccone. So Jardy van der Lee, who went over the top of the first climb just with Jan Christen for company, who clearly didn't try and contest the sprint, I think might find that there's 3 or 4 riders interested in these 9 points at the top of this climb.
Back in the peloton as more and more riders been distanced. Still jobbed on by Team Rex as Edoardo Zambanini has lowered himself at the front. It's a good sign for Meulaglio, you know, it's not stepping back from his position, taking responsibilities from what the Maglia Rosa has given to him. You know, it's like, I'm here, I'm ready to race hard as well, I'm not scared of what you and your team, in this case the Jonas Vingegaard, you know, and Visma Lease bike might do. And he slaughtered a fast finisher of Zambanini at the front. So
Van der Lee tries to get this done early, goes with about 300 meters to go. Igor Arrieta goes after him. Any response from Ciccone? No. So it looks like the points are going to be shared between these two, the 12 points and the 4 for second place. Quite a difference. Jardy van der Lee now finds himself doing the work on the front with Igor Arrieta on the wheel, just as Van der Lee was on the wheel of Jan Christen. So same two teams, a different UAE Team Emirates rider.
There are not many points available as this climb is just a third category. But later on, a much more important first, second, and again another first category climb with the finish line as well. So a lot of points available down the road.
Arrieta wants the 9 points. Jardy van der Lee might find it hard to get back on terms with the Spanish rider. Arrieta has got enough there. 100 meters still to go, and van der Lee gives up. So it's going to be Arrieta who picks up 9 points. He picked up 6 at the first climb of the day.
Vanderlei, second position. We see who's going to be crossing into Ciccone. Seems like he's interested, but without spending too much. I think he knows as well. He doesn't have to dig deep for a third category climb. Later on, there's going to be a first category and a second. Linoir and Verrogne before the final in Pila. So probably it was his choice not to contest the sprint right now.
You got Arrieta, though, takes a gap over the top of this climb and onto the descent. These are all the riders that Andreas Leknesund just rode away from. Quite a prolonged descent now into the village of Reims, where the descent stops, albeit briefly, for a few kilometres. Then they drop down again to Saraillon, and that is the beginning of the climb to La Noire, which is a 7.4 kilometre climb. Just inside 60k to go, around about 58 kilometres to go. That's where the Lenoir climb starts.
Peloton almost on the top as well. Some riders in difficulty at the very back end of the peloton. It's a little bit of I don't know if Bart Lemon handed the bottle to Fran Mijolevic.
Even picking up Musette. Tim Rex still at the front. Good ride from the Belgian. Afonso Elalio with 2 teammates around him, and a couple of teammates ahead of him as well. Damiano Caruso just sitting on the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard, and Mihajlovic in third wheel. It's a good representation from Bahrain Victorious in the top 12 places. 5 riders right at the front, including the Maglia Rosa, who hasn't been tested yet, but he knows he will be. If not on La Noire and Verrogne, it'll come for sure on the Pila climb. Whether or not they are racing for the GC group for the stage win, or just among one another to create gaps, everybody knows that Jonas Vingegaard at some point is going to unleash on the Pila climb. So the next UAE Team Emirates rider goes off the front. Jan Christen over the first climb. And on Douai, this category 3 climb, it's the turn of Igor Arrieta.
Still very far from the finish. I don't think he feels like he's the strongest among the field in the back, so he tried to anticipate a little bit, but tough task for the Spaniard, because there's still 70k, a little bit less than 70k to go. And some mighty climbs to be approached and done.
Yeah, effectively, the next series of climbs, La Noire and Verrogne, are the same climb.
Yeah, there is not, we cannot call it as a descent, because it's a gentle false sled lasting roughly 3 or 4 kilometers maximum.
Arrieta's built up a 20-second lead over the chase group. And now, Bahrain Victorious stick a rider on the front and start to ride.
That's
a surprising development.
It's a clear sign of confidence from Eulalia. Must be feeling good today's stage. Why not? I mean, he surprises us so far in this race, holding on this Maglia Rosa for many more days than we thought of. So why not providing us with another great performance today?
When he went into the Maglia Rosa on the Potenza stage, he was given a 6-minute 20-second lead or something like that. And he lost most of that lead in 2 blocks. One was on the blockhouse climb. The other one was in the individual time trial. But actually, on the other Cat 1 climb,
Coronel Scale was not that.
He wasn't. It was 40 seconds or something like that. So in the kind of ballpark of the 33 seconds that he's got to defend today. And again, you have this narrative in Grand Tours, they're 3 weeks long, they're not like any other bike race on the calendar. You have the fluctuating form, don't you, of riders getting stronger or at least holding their form while other riders start to weaken around them and grow tired. And there's no way of knowing really how each rider is going to be performing.
Yeah, especially for Eulalio, it's been his second Grand Tour ever. Last year he rode this very Giro d'Italia, being forced to abandon at the very end, but it was also his first year as a professional. So I think he's a little bit into the unknown now, Eulalio, what he can do, what he can, how much he can sustain this pace and everything. But placing somebody at the front is also, maybe it could be a way of frightening the opposition, you know, of the Bismarck bike. But nonetheless, he's giving the due respect to the Maglia Rosa, approaching the race in as a leader, not just that this jersey was gifted to him. So. The position of Framiolevic at the front is indication that he believes what he can do in today's stage, and the team does as well.
Pedro Lopez and Enric Mas. Unclear to me whether they are off the back of the chase group or Ante Calais somewhere in the middle. I think they're chasing on, aren't they?
Yeah, there's
from the
we saw a rider at the front, so chasing group, yeah, indeed, at 29 seconds.
Yep. Just been distanced a little bit on this descent.
Yeah, but to rejoin the, what I could call much more accurate, the front of the race, because only Arrieta is at the front. Is the group of Leknesund, Kurset, and the remaining Ciccone and so on.
Second place for Enric Mas, of course, behind Jonathan Narvaez the other day. Very, very good ride indeed from Enric Mas, who rebooting his Giro d'Italia after falling instantly away in the general classification on the first uphill finish of the race. But Fran Mihalovic expressing real confidence in Bahrain Victorious' prospects here.
Eulalio remain placed at the back of Net Company Ineos team. So already a quite reduced bunch, I would say. Roughly 40 riders.
Yeah, I think that climb they've just been over did a lot more damage, didn't it? We didn't really see from the back of the peloton, but you're right. It's half the size it was at the beginning of that climb.
Is also the kind of day that when you know you don't have anything to do and you might feel a little bit discomfort, you might as well just get it dropped, you know, don't even trying hard, because still a long day, and if you just burn too many matches before it needed to, maybe finding yourself in a very dangerous position, standing still on the side of the road, the approach of the last climb to Pila. Arrieta still keeping high pressure on the group behind.
As you said, because you had a little word with him before the stage started, his dad is on the race today. Apparently he's a guest, a VIP guest of the decathlon team. So might be in one of the decathlon team cars, actually on the race. His son off the front.
He's doing, I understood he was just arrived at the race and is not doing any proper job as a DS during the race, but he's indeed was going on the road, hitting the road early.
'31st Giro stage finish in the Valle d'Aosta region. Nicolas Prudhomme's victory, of course. Big landmark moment in the career of the French climber. Stage I remember well. Looks like the Movistar pair have just about got back onto that chase group at 22 seconds now. So, reminder of who's there: Van der Lee, Ciccone, Mas, Lopez, Rubio and Hirt. Lee in a real battle and a scrap with Igor Arieta for King of the Mountains points. David de la Cruz, Mark Donovan of Pinarello, Vlasov, Kuhn, Baumann of Jayco, Wout Poels from the Unibet team, 2 riders from Uno X Mobility, Johannes Koolset and Andreas Legnesund, obviously.
Yeah, there is no breakaway when it's Arif, there is no Andreas Legnesund. He's been present already in 3 breakaway so far in this Giro, and even when he was not part of it, he was pretty much involved into trying to get and sneaking into one of those.
Feels like today, though, he is laying down the gauntlets on behalf of his teammate, though, Johannes Koolset.
Koolset, he started off the Giro d'Italia as a dedicated leader for the GC. He faded off quite early and is trying to impose himself now in the hunt of stages.
It is quite incredible what Uno X Mobility are achieving in a very short space of time. When you consider that all of their riders at this Giro d'Italia come from Norway, one small country with a small population. I can't think of another country that could really do that.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's a team that features do it to sponsor, because Uno X and it's present just in Norway and Denmark, so it just features riders from those 2 countries. And it's not taking away from the Norwegian population, but it's quite obvious that if you just focus on one nationality, you might find a lot of weakness, because it's not easy to create an entire World Tour team with just riders from one nation. But they're succeeding, and I think they have a very unique way of approaching cycling, you know, quite different than the others, with a lot of, you know, also the involvement of other trainers and nutritionists from motorsports. But nonetheless, they're succeeding very good in doing so, and this is also marks their very first year as with a World Tour status. Before they were pro-continental, one of the best, but still pro-continental. And last year, thanks to the classification, they managed to move themselves into the World Tour status, meaning that they have mandatory races to attend, but also the right to attend those races. So they're basically invited to all the major races of the calendar.
Lovely shot of a glider making its way down the Vallée d'Aosta.
17 seconds for Arieta. It's not large enough, definitely, the gap for the Spaniard. Soon it's going to be a little flat part here for just about a kilometer. Another little descent of a couple of kilometers before starting the climb to Linois. Not much for the Spaniard before he's going to be climbing up again.
There's another group just behind the chase group at 20 seconds, not too far behind as well, containing his 2 teammates who've been dropped, Jan Christen and Jonathan Narvaez. They're in the 3rd group on the road.
But Arieta has stopped his action, is now waiting for the group behind to rejoin him.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder whether that might happen, because there's very little to be gained, and he's clearly got good legs today. Igor Arieta needs to maybe save them to do something at the top of the next climb.
Yeah, probably was also a call from the team to just wait for the group behind. It was almost like a suicide mission so far from the finish, 60 kilometers, but how they are, those 60 kilometers. Very, very hard. A lot of climbing from now on. And again, Leknesund at the front. And most of the job digging deep for Johannes Koolset.
So getting pretty close now to the start of the next climb, the Linois climb. It's a Category 1 climb. It's not anything like as long as the San Barthélemy climb, but it's a little bit steeper by an average of 2% almost steeper than the San Barthélemy climb. So it's given Cat 1 status. Igor Arieta, if he were to get over the top in 1st place, would move to 73 points and clear into 2nd place in the King of the Mountains competition, ahead of Yardi van der Lee.
Still a long way.
Sorry, just to complete my thought, if van der Lee wins the climb, he moves to 99, pretty close to Jonas Vingegaard's total, and still with another 18 points at the Verogna climb available potentially. Today's a day where you have to do a lot of maths as a cycling commentator, isn't it?
Yeah.
To keep track of the various different classifications, and that's before we even think about the intermediate sprint standing, the Red Bull kilometre standings, or the overall breakaway price. Emaville is where the Giro A starts today in the Valle d'Aosta.
Featuring some ex-riders. Here is the president actually of the Italian Federation, Dagnoni. We've seen Nizzolo, Canola, Cunego, Chiappucci also, sponsored by Regina and Toilet Paper Company.
Alessandro Ballan features, doesn't he, as well?
No, he's actually with the Mediolanum ride, which is yet another ride that often crosses the line. I don't know if today there is a Mediolanum ride because they don't have an electric bike and it's a mighty 16-kilometer climb. They have to do to get this pleasure ride. So
might not be so pleasurable today.
No.
So Leknesund resumes his work on the top of the, on the bottom, I should say, of this Cat 1, this steep Cat 1 climb. Becoming more and more clear that Leknesund is laying it down for his teammates, Kulset, to try and but it's going to benefit all the riders in this group, unless they can't follow the wheels and they get dropped by Leknesund's pace. But he is keeping this breakaway alive and keeping them in a state where they can still believe just about that they can build an advantage that they can work with at the foot of the Pilar climb. It's moving up to 3 minutes and 41 seconds. But Visma Lease Bike is still not deploying their climbing domestiques, and when they start to motor, that could change very quickly.
Juanpe Lopez, second wheel for Movistar, then Ciccone, Kulset, Einer Rubio, Wout Poels, Vlasov and all the remaining of the riders up the front. This is a much harder climb than it was before. It's Leknesund for the first time asking some collaboration from Juanpe Lopez. Seems like the dedicated leader or the stronger among the Movistar field is Einer Rubio, at least for what we saw in the previous climb, as Milesi was dropped and also Mas and Juanpe Lopez were caught in a bit of distress.
Bahrain victorious in the peloton at the front and at the back. That's Matej Paskens. Meanwhile, his teammate Fran Mihailovic drills the peloton towards the start of this next climb of the day, the Linois climb. Be very interesting to see if he stays on the front, or whether he's just guiding the peloton down to the foot of the climb, and then Visma Lease Bike will resume their work.
Soon they're gonna be at the bottom as well, as Eulalio himself replaced at the very front of the peloton in 6th, 7th position. First time for Juanpe Lopez. A little bit, what do you call it, tuft?
Yeah, it's a Pogacar tuft from Andreas Leknesund today. That's how you go fast. It's really good to see, isn't it, that you know, he's clearly a leader and he's been so close to victory on 2 occasions, but it's good to see riders like him flipping their role in the team and working exclusively for the services of a teammate. Good for morale, I would imagine, on the team bus. But also, Jacopo, psychologically for a rider like Leknesund, it's a simpler proposition, isn't it? Physically very demanding, it's going to really hurt him. But he doesn't have to deal with the psychological load of trying to figure out how am I actually going to win this, what tactics do I deploy. For Leknesund, it's just very clear what he's doing here.
Yeah, he just have to empty the tank and trying to setting up the best job possible for Kulset. So he's doing it very brilliantly. But of course, he doesn't have to think about the last climb. I think his job is going to be done by the time we're going to approach the climb of Pila. Nonetheless, it's, as you said, it's remarkable because he's clearly the strongest, or at least what he looks like, of the team, or at least the rider will get closer to win a stage victory for UNOX team. But nonetheless, today it's a domestic duty and is fully committed to therefore setting up a good tempo for Johannes Kulset.
Yeah, these vineyards, that's interesting, isn't it? Require manual labour and great dedication. You're not going to be driving a big old industrial tractor on those very, very steep vine terraces.
Yeah, it's famous for the good red wines, Val d'Aosta.
Time gap's going up. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Hard work for Crescioli and Jan Hirt at the back. But Poels is still in this group. The riders who've been dropped from this group at the moment: Chris Juul Jensen, Luca Vergalito, Lorenzo Milesi, Jan Christen and Jonathan Narvaez. But a few riders have come back, and Alexander Vlasov is sharing the work now with Koen Bouwman, the only Jayco Alula rider. The Dutchman. David de la Cruz, in the company of another well-known Spanish rider, Enric Mas. Some good cooperation in this group at the moment. Movistar still with that numerical advantage, despite losing Lorenzo Milesi. Still got Aina Rubio to play with, Enric Mas and Juan Pedro Lopez.
Crescioli is a little bit in distress, but he's still holding in there.
.2k to go of this second Category 1 climb, the second of 3 Cat 1 climbs on today's parcours. That's the size of the peloton.
It's very reduced, isn't it?
56 kilometres from the finish line, that's all that's left. There's Milesi. He's been caught and passed and he's about to be dropped. There's a man in 9th place in the general classification, in 2nd place in the Maglia Bianca, and it's Giulio Pellizzari. Italy will be hoping for a performance from Giulio Pellizzari.
He's at the back of the peloton right now, but to be seen if intentional, but it's the likes of Gonzalez, with Barta in front of him. It's at the far back of the peloton. It's not a good sign for the Italian.
No, it really isn't.
We've been saying at the beginning of the live that it was pretty much out on all the media that both him and Jain, the two leaders of the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, were touched by a virus or some sort of distress, physical issues, and healthy issues, and they were hoping to recover ahead of today's stage. But for what it looks like at the moment for Pellizzari, is in a very dangerous position there, because if he loses ground now, then it's going to be game over for his not just victorious ambition, but even for a top 10 GC ambition.
Piganzoli, a picture of concentration, just masking his team leader there, Jonas Vingegaard, who looks totally at ease.
So does Eulalio. So does Eulalio as well. It was all smiley.
Do you think? I thought I saw the first sign of a grimace there. A little bit of paint showing. I think so.
I saw a smile. It's like the Mona Lisa.
Here we go. Is this a smile or a grimace?
It is a smile.
Okay, that's a smile.
Because you look at the camera. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sure.
I think it's a reverse bluff. I think he's actually suffering, and he's trying to make out like he's feeling great.
You know, like almost pretending you're not breathing through your mouth when the camera is there.
I'm absolutely fine.
The hope and see, but I would be more than delighted if Eulalio holds on under this jersey, because it's proven to be quite a character, quite a...
he's been winning hearts and minds across the cycling world, hasn't he? He really has.
Alex Segat has been distanced by the peloton right now, been winning the stage of Novi Ligure.
He's done well to hang on that far.
Every day was up there with a very reduced bunch. Still Tim Rex at the front, but it's one domestic less for Eulalio. Can features from Miolovic at the front, Damiano Caruso and Edoardo Zambanini a little bit further down, as you see on your screen.
And that company Ineos has still got a large number of riders up there. Ben Turner's still there. So too is Connor Swift.
Bettiol is still in the peloton.
Wow.
He's wearing gloves today.
Well, you noticed that he wasn't wearing gloves yesterday, which could have had a dramatic impact on his race, because he very nearly lost control of the bike, going over a speed bump with a few kilometres to go.
Yeah.
And the Movistar trio now, the famous Movistar trident of yesteryear. We have 3 Movistar jerseys represented right at the front, with Johannes Kulsets, who's doing a very good ride. Has Leknesson been dropped? Is he still there? Maybe just one orange jersey from Uno X Mobility now.
There's Kulset. Oh, Leknesson is gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's a surprise. Maybe it felt like that.
That steeper gradient, he did about 500 meters of it, didn't he? And then suddenly looked like he was cooked, which is hardly surprising since he did the Douai climb pretty much all on his own on the front.
3:48 for the peloton. We are at the back, still Giulio Pellizzari. Ben Turner still there.
Looking backwards, isn't he? Might not be there for too much longer. Pellizzari in a difficult position at the back of this group. Is he there by choice, or is he there because the legs are failing him a little bit today? Thumbs up.
Might be good.
Might be another reverse bluff. His teammate, of course, Jai Hindley. A little bit further up. Lorenzo Rota is the rider in front of him. And Nick Schultz, the Australian climber from NSN, alongside Pellizzari. So the helicopter is focusing in on Pellizzari a little bit like a vulture from the sky. Just waiting to pick off the dead riders. Notices the camera there and sends out a borderline, slightly unconvincing signal, perhaps. Let's see. Tim Rex hasn't got too much more to give, but Fran Mihajlovic is doing a great ride here.
Yeah, but nonetheless, for Tim Rex, chapeau to him to be still there. At this point, he's been working since the very beginning of the stage.
.3k to go for the front of the race. A little bit longer, of course, for the peloton, who are 3 minutes and 42 seconds down. They've pulled back a few seconds, Fran Mihajlovic has done. Bahrain Victorious taking control of the pace. Was not something I was expecting to see in the middle of today's race, but that's exactly what's happening. Alfonso Eulalio's team riding on the front. But Tim Rex is in a world of pain, doing a brilliant ride just to hold the wheel of the rider in front of him.
And right behind him is Bart Lemon, Piganzoli, Campenat, and Sepp Kuss, and of course the leader, Jonas Vingegaard.
Thomas Swift behind is pouring water on the back of Tijmen Arendsman of Netcompany Ineos.
Filippo Ganna still in the peloton, as Gianni Moscon also at the back with Emanuele Gebrselassie.
Pellizzari's moved up a couple of places.
Every time there is a rider been just about to get dropped, he's placed himself a little bit much more up front.
Could Pellizzari move, actually? That's a much better sign from Pellizzari. I think realising he's in a dangerous place there, just in case some riders lose the wheels and splits start to appear. He's trying to winch himself up and just reposition himself in the bunch. Another rider from the breakaway is caught, Vegalito of Alpecin Premier Tech. Mihajlovic eating into the advantage of the break. They won't be caught before the top of this climb. Still a big lead of 3 minutes and 40 seconds, but it's coming down. Vlasov at the front of the race. Donovan driving it on now. And Vlasov just dousing himself in water to try and cool down. A little bit of shade that they're riding into, some relief there for the breakaway as David de la Cruz takes over. Yardi van der Lee definitely grimacing.
I was getting, as we are getting closer to the top of the L'Île Noire climb, is first category, so there's going to be a lot of action at the top, because there are 40 points available for the first rider crossing the line in there. Would you be surprised to see a good sprint between Arieta, Van der Lee and Ciccone?
Yeah, Ciccone, he's been just chipping away, picking up points here and there, but there's a big reward here. These 40 points, he's going to want to track them. If he's in the right place, he's got a very, very good sprint as well, Ciccone. Jan Christen, though, with Jonathan Narvaez, job done for him. The Maglia Ciclamino on the day. And Nick Zakowski. As Tim Rex takes over again from Visma Lease bike. Another turn on the front for the tall Belgian. Brings back Christen, Narvaez and Zakowski.
The virtual leader of the Maglia Ciclamino. Jonathan Narvaez in there.
Well, chapeau to Tim Rex. A couple of kilometres ago, it looked like he was just about to pull the pin and drop away, and now he finds himself back on the front as Bahrain Victorious no longer dictate the terms of the pace, and Tim Rex is starting to lift it again.
There is Miolivic, who just finished his job. Pipogana's getting dropped as well.
It feels like the pace has just gone up. Tim Rex might be doing his final throw here. Oliver Narsson dropped with Filippo Ganna as well. Steep slopes of this climb towards the top. Still got 2 kilometres to go for the front of the race, a little bit more than that, maybe 2.5 to go. This is the maximum gradient, the Linois climb, of 14%.
Back at the front of the race, a cool set, Ciccone on your screen. There's Van der Lee, Arieta.
That's Johannes Koolsets communicating with his teammate, perhaps.
Just saying thank you or something like this in a communication. It's the only moment when you're climbing when you can understand each other talking on the radio, because of course it's with the wind it's not very easy to understand if you're at high speed. This time the communication went through pretty smooth, I guess.
Big cycling family, of course. 3 of his brothers are professional riders. His father high up in the Uno X Mobility firm who sponsor the team. 1.7k to go to the top of this climb. 40 points available at the top in the King of the Mountains competition. Aina Rubio, I think, might be interested as well. He's in the mix for the King of the Mountains competition. Started the day with 27 points. Aina Rubio has already picked up 9. So if he were to win, he'd be on 76 points, and he'd be in second place. So a lot of riders with a lot of investment. And Tim Rex
digging very deep in here.
It feels like he almost set himself the target of getting to the top of this climb. Victor Campenaerts encouraging him. And there is Andreas Leknesund. Rex is picking them off one by one and doing damage as well at the back of the field. Jonathan Narvaez has slotted himself in there. He hasn't been dropped immediately. He's been caught from the original breakaway, but slots back into the wheels of the GC group for now. They come streaming past Andreas Leknesund. Just one rider left there to support Afonso Olalio, and it's Damiano Caruso, who's sitting on the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard. Visma Lease bike still with a lot of raw power there. Davide Piganzoli, Sepp Kuss, Victor Campenaerts and Bart Lemon, all of whom are good climbing talent to deploy. You got Arieta though with 1.2 kilometres, and Jordi van der Lee gets onto the front. Enric Mas following. David de la Cruz, Gianmarco Garofoli, Aina Rubio not too far behind. White Pools, a little gap opening up to him.
They're about 1 kilometer from the top as Jan Hirt really suffering, calling the car. Still Tim Rex at the front.
Oh, what a picture of pain that is from Tim Rex. Absolute agony. Surely he can't go on much longer than this. What a teammate. This tall, young Belgian rider. That's it, surely now.
Not yet.
Campenaerts.
Chapeau to him. Chapeau, because he's really digging deep to keep a high pace in here.
Spark Lemon indicating how many bottles he wants to take.
Yeah, he's actually got the bidon from another team. There was Pinarello Q36.5, and he was asking, if I'm not mistaken, if it was water.
Felix Gall. He wants to make a move today if he can, if the legs will permit. The second best rider to Jonas Vingegaard on the two long-form Cat 1 summit finishes that we've had so far. On a good day, he would jump over Tijmen Arensman and put himself back on the podium at the end of the day. Well, putting himself right in the frame for the most aggressive rider of the day, Tim Rex. Surely this is an immense, immense job that he's doing here. And I think it's becoming increasingly clear. I think he wants to get to the top of this climb still in this group.
Vitiol, winner of yesterday's stage. Still in the peloton. Looks very comfortable in the peloton, actually. What a difference between the face and the expression of Tim Rex at the front and his teammates. If you look how concentrated are behind and how Tim Rex has to dig deep. But don't be fooled, because he's a much, much heavier rider than those at the back.
Wow. You want to know how hard this sport is? That's how hard it is. And that is what is expected of a top domestique. What a performance from Tim Rex. Campanot's trying to cool the big Belgian down. Incredible, incredible performance from Tim Rex. This is a steep climb as well for a big rider like that. And still he rides on the front. 3 minutes and 19 seconds further up the road, though, you got Arieta. We're very close to the top of the climb now, 300 meters to go. Lots of riders interested in these 40 King of the Mountains points. Giulio Ciccone has moved himself up onto the wheel of Jordi van der Lee. Aina Rubio has Jordi Lopez alongside him.
A little bit of tactical looking on each other, the riders. Mark Donovan replaced himself at the front, followed by David de la Cruz in second wheel.
Keeping the pace high. 200 meters to go. Arieta, Rubio, cool set himself, Van der Lee, Ciccone. Watch out for those riders in particular.
Ciccone wants to find a way out in case he wants to launch a sprint. It can happen that you find yourself a little bit close, that the gap are not opening up for you, as Van der Lee opens up his first one, followed by Ciccone and Arieta immediately.
And it is those four. Rubio on the wheel of Arieta. Ciccone's got the power to come past Van der Lee. Ciccone's going to get to the top of the climb in first place. Van der Lee might get second. Ciccone takes 40 points. Van der Lee second. Arieta third, and then Rubio. So Ciccone, that is the first big move for him in the King of the Mountains classification.
There was too many points available for Ciccone to let it go, and he can benefit from a very punchy sprint as well. So he win his very first KOM of this Giro d'Italia.
Yep, and he has picked up 14 points plus 40, 54 points he lands himself on at the moment. Van der Lee's 18 points there means that he moves clear into second place behind Jonas Vingegaard in the standings as things are.
Today is going to provide a reshaped KOM classification.
77 points for Jordi van der Lee. That's his tally so far. But we've got, suddenly, a King of the Mountains competition worth talking about for the days to come. Yeah, good sprint from Giulio Ciccone, and you were absolutely right, Jacopo. He identified the big prize available at the top of that climb and targeted that one in particular. Perfect, actually, for Ciccone. He was well placed. He spotted that acceleration, and Van der Lee's move quite early was perfect for Ciccone.
Yeah, it just, when you open up his sprint, he was unmatched by the young Dutch rider Van der Lee. Nonetheless, still ahead of Ciccone in the general classification for the KOM, but still a lot to come, because we had the climb to Verognes, or Verrogne, if it's spelled in French way, which is a second category one, starting almost immediately. And the final one to Pila, which is a first category, plus is a where the finish line is placed, so it's gonna award the rider mighty 50 points. But we don't know if this group, the peloton, will be able, and it's gonna be still in contention. As Team Rex, as you had pointed out correctly, just one goal, and the goal is to reach the top of this climb. I think it would be unlikely that he's gonna ride as well the climb to Verrogne, but I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to do so. Peloton gets lesser and lesser ride. Team Navezman at the back.
Although I think he's hurting so much, Tim Rex. I don't think the pace that he's riding for at the moment is doing any further damage. I think the damage has already been done. But for now, those riders who were in danger at the back are probably okay, all the while that Tim Rex is on the front.
Yeah, there is a teammate from Eulalia at the back, so Caruso at the front, another one at the back. I don't know who is. Might be Zambanini, the only one who was not working. But the peloton in general is heavily reduced. Just the riders who have some intention of or some duties to do for the general classification are featuring in here. Nonetheless, he was able to, Team Rexy was able to gain time over the breakaway, also because he got a little bit tactical for the breakaway, but he's on top. Chapeau to him.
One of the outstanding performance of the Giro d'Italia from a domestique so far. Tim Rex takes them over the big Category 1 Ligne Noire climb and gets a bit of respite now for a few kilometres as they go down a descent. But not for long, because the climbing begins at around about 46 kilometres to go when they hit the 5.6 kilometre slopes of Verrogne. Look at that short descent. The breakaway has almost done it already, and then it's up the next categorised climb. After that, though, Jacopo, a long, long descent back down to the Aosta Valley and then up towards the ski station of Pila.
Yeah, there's going to be just a little time for the Red Bull kilometer on the flat this time, but for a brief 5-kilometer flatter parcours before starting off and climbing Pila, which begins exactly on the outskirts of the city of Aosta. So they are on this, the breakaway is at this very little descent. It is the recap of the KOM in Ligne Noire.
Well, I hope we get a little provisional standings in the King of the Mountains classification, because it's taken a big shake-up behind Jonas Vingegaard. Here we go. Vingegaard still on 111, Van der Lee on 77 now. Diego Sevilla still there on 63, he's not in the breakaway, but Ciccone moves straight up to fourth on 57 points ahead of Felix Gall. $18 points available at the top of the Verrogne climb, which Pinarello Q36.5 are powering their way towards. Any second now, they're going to start to climb again. Pink waves fluttering at the side of the road, lots of pink on display. A pink arrow pointing the way of the next difficulty on this vicious 133-kilometre stage in Aosta Valley. Here we go, uphill. The snow-peaked mountains lending this extraordinarily difficult stage even more drama as a backdrop. Alexander Vlasov on the front. 5.6k, average gradient 6.9%.
It's another hard climb.
It is, however, the penultimate climb. After this, there is just, I say just, the Pila climb.
It's very unkind from you saying just. I think the entirety of the peloton will totally disagree with you that just is the right word to use here. But only one climb, indeed, as back in the at the back of the breakaway, Kumbauman.
Took the King of the Mountains jersey, Kumbauman, 2022, and summited the Pila climb in first place. He's up the road, hasn't really made an impact from this breakaway yet. He's at a bit of a disadvantage, Kumbauman. Perhaps his very best years might be a little bit behind him now.
3 minute 34, 35. I don't think it's the gap is big enough for the breakaway to believe they stand a chance to take this victory.
And it's hard to see how they can grow it between here and the start of the climb as well.
Yeah. Visma Leasebike still have to deploy the majority of their riders.
Which is why it was so important that Tim Rex did what he did.
Yeah.
Oh, has Jardy van der Lieben dropped?
I look like...
I don't know, his body language suggests that he might have just given up for the day. Beaten into second place, but he's moved up on that last climb, but he took the first Category 1 climb. And he has moved up into second place at the moment in the King of the Mountains competition. .5k to go then. Ciccone working on the front. No Andreas Letnesund any longer, of course, in this breakaway group to do this kind of job on the front.
Van der Lee is just hanging in there at 2-3 meters. The moment they're going to speed up just a little bit, it's going to be game over for the Dutchman. It's a big blow for his ambitious ambition on KOM classification. He's going to give free, ground for Ciccone, Arieta and Rubio to go on hunting more points in this climb to Verogna. 18 points available at the top. So Ciccone, if he wins as well, might get closer and closer to the Dutchman.
He'd be I think if Ciccone wins, he'd be 2 points short of Jordi van der Lee's total.
Yeah.
So very close. Ciccone, with a win here at the top of the climb, would move into third place in the King of the Mountains competition by a very small amount. Former winner of the King of the Mountains, of course, Giulio Ciccone. And now the peloton is on this climb. And don't tell me that Tim Rex is still on the front. Looks like he is. Bobbing away. Can't be expected to do too much of this climb. In fact, that is it now. He has taken them to the foot of the climb, and as soon as the gradient went up, gets the congratulations of his teammate there, Davide Piganzoli. What an effort that was. Bart Lemon takes over now for Visma Leasebike, and now we are starting to work our way towards the purer climbers. Tim Rex, anything but a pure climber, doing a stellar job on the previous two climbs.
The Neo Pro for the team of Visma Leasebike, amazing display of strength and determination. Dig it deep for his leader, Jonas Vingegaard.
Donovan picking it up, and the same thing that we observed a little bit earlier with Uno X Mobility. It's becoming more and more clear that Mark Donovan is doing the lion's share of the work for David de la Cruz, his teammate today. So everybody will benefit in this breakaway group from Donovan's riding. He's going to sit on the front and do a good few kilometers of this climb now. Colombian Ana Rubio on the front, and that was the expansive flick of the elbow there from Tim Rex that signalled job done, and job done in massive style. Seldom seen such a picture of pain as Tim Rex had on his face, as he comes to an almost complete standstill on this climb. A rider from Bahrain Victorious just pulling out of the line there, leaving Damiano Caruso and Alfonso Eulalio alone. Eulalio now following the wheel of the man in blue. Davide Piganzoli getting support from the side of the road. Navaja's the last rider in the remains of the breakaway. Yesterday's stage winner in front of him, Bettiol. Nelson Oliveira is still there as well from Movistar. Bettiol, that's it. Wouldn't be expected really to sit with the GC climbers too deep into a stage like this, and about 4 kilometers from the top of the climb, Bettiol is done.
Now the speed has definitely changed for what it was before, as Bart Lemon. I would not call him expert, but definitely not the youngest in the lineup of Visma Leasebike. but it's been coming to the pro life of a cyclist in a just slightly different manner than usual.
His mum and dad are touring Italy, following the race every single day. Bart Lemon's parents will be somewhere on one of these climbs. Jonas Vingegaard looks excessively comfortable today so far.
Yeah, but there were rumors he possibly been a bit sick during the first week of the race, where he was, yes, victorious but not dominant, and as a result also in the time trial of the day there was not the usual gap that we were all expecting from Vingegaard, but he looks very, very good indeed today.
Magnificent shot that is. Getting hotter and hotter. Top of the Verogna climb, 1,500 meters up, it's 22 degrees. Jordi van der Lee now, I think, definitively dropped from the front of the race.
Gap is going down. 3:13.
Bart Lemmon should take all of this climb, you'd have thought, wouldn't you, Jacopo?
Yeah, even further down, I think. It's going to be very likely that he, and maybe with a little help of Victor Campanat, is going to be sharing the work at the very first kilometers of the climb to Pila. Vingegaard, he looks very in control.
And Olalio letting those cheeks puff out a little bit. I think it is already starting to hurt. Amalia Rosa. But all the top 10 in the general classification is still there. Nobody in difficulty yet. Pigazzoli, Pellizzari included. We caught a glimpse of the white jersey towards the back. There he is, Giulio Pellizzari, just tucked in front of the Canadian champion, Derek G. West, and the last man in a four-rider group, buried in the middle of this group, representing Red Bull Border Hansgrohe. So better positioning for Giulio Pellizzari. It's actually Jack Haig who's the last rider in this group at the moment. But Bart Lemon, having lifted the pace, has brought the gap down to just over 3 minutes now, 3:09. 2.2k to go of the Verogna climb. And Haig has gone. So Simone Gualdi of Lotto Intermarché finds himself in last position now. 4 Tudor Pro Cycling riders.
And right ahead of him is Chris Harper, top 10 at the moment in general classification. It's not the ideal position. So at the front still a lot of team featuring a lot of teammates. There is actually not very few teams, but a lot of teammates for those riders. Like the Visma is back in numbers. You have Ineos, net company Ineos in numbers, Decathlon in numbers, Red Bull in numbers. Yeah. A lot of riders from Tudor, and that's pretty much it.
It's a couple of spare. In that sense, it is quite an uneven peloton, isn't it? You've got these kind of like 4 or 5 big teams, and everybody else gets isolated quite quickly.
Very same shot as we just saw the breakaway. Is that where the helicopter is pointing, the other one on in the sky above the riders. But now the peloton is composed of 30 riders as Ciccone
goes long. 1.8 kilometers to go. Ciccone launching off the front, sensing that this was only going one way. It's a bit of a gamble, a bit of a throw of the dice, but Giulio Ciccone, this is often how he races. His primary objective is to get clear, get a gap, and see it home now for the next 1.7 kilometers. Hope that there's a bit of tactical confusion behind and pick up those 18 points, which will put him into 3rd place in the King of the Mountains competition.
It's a brave move, because still very far from the finish. He hasn't really opened up a gap as Einer Rubio. Look like he's about to rejoin him as Vlasov. Surprisingly, it looked like he was in a bit of a distress in there, but finding some more energy as Juanpe Lopez, the last rider down the Spheric group.
Yeah, Alexander Vlasov is getting better and better into this stage, becoming more and more visible in the front. And that's 4th rider on the road. Interesting move as well from Red Bull Border Hansgrohe to put a pure climber like Alexander Vlasov, a climbing domestique, up the road in the break. Poolset is the wrong side of a little split now, and the Norwegian has to try and shut this down to get across. Arieta's not in the front group, 4. 2 Movistar riders are though, Enric Mas and Elena Rubio. Time gap's coming down quite fast though, 2:49, 1.2k to go to the top of the climb. Jordi van der Lee dropped some time ago, so it's really Rubio and Ciccone who can benefit the most in the King of the Mountains competition. There's Arieta on the wheel of Wout Poels. Don't think he's got too much more to give. Mark Donovan is the rider who's sitting on the front in the black of Pinarello Q36.5, coming to everyone's rescue to try and bring these 4-rider group back. But he's just done all he can do, and it's Wout Poels who takes over on the front.
Yeah, the attack from Ciccone didn't quite have the impact he was hoping for, as pretty much everybody else is about to rejoin the front of the race as the gap continue to get slimmer. 2:40 at this point, where they about to approach the top of the climb to Verogna.
That is the difference. The way that time gap is coming down is the difference between all these talented climbers who have been riding really hard at the front of the race, putting their nose in the wind, doing battle for King of the Mountains points, and the relatively fresh legs of Bart Lemon. He's taken a lot of time in quite a short space of time. 800 metres to go though. The reward of 18 points at the top of this Cat 2 climb. 2 minutes and 36 seconds now, the gap. They're coming very, very close. This is nothing like the kind of time gap that the breakaway would need at the foot of the Pilar climb to really believe in their chances of success. And it's this team that have held the breakaway tight all day.
Ciccone goes again in the hunt of the maximum point on the second category climb. I think this is the only chance that he can stand today, because the finish line looks like it's going to go in just one direction and in favor of the peloton.
So looks like Garofoli might be trying to make a move on the inside, or just moving up closer to the front of the race. Ciccone would back himself in the sprints against this kind of opposition.
Arieta tried to move up to the front in order to get some points.
400 metres from the top, Ciccone looks round, and that entire group is still on his wheel. Even Donovan coming back. Gets a little bit tactical at the front now, which will allow Donovan to regain his position in this breakaway group as it slows up a bit. It gets a bit cagey. Rubio on the front. Ciccone dropping back now to launch from a little bit further back. Waiting. Watching Arieta come onto his wheel. Arieta opening up. Arieta's the first to move. Ciccone really, really live to that threat. And Ciccone's got that little bit extra in the sprint to take the 18 points. Looks around, checks. Arieta's beaten. Rubio is in a battle for 3rd place over the top of the climb. Ciccone takes 18 further points. Arieta, Rubio might have just claimed 2nd place.
And then was Arieta in 3rd and Vlasov in 4th place. So Ciccone gets the maximum point in here as well, moving up to...
he moves to 75 points, so Van der Lee leads the way. Well, he doesn't lead the way, that's Jonas Vingegaard. Van der Lee's in 2nd at 77. Giulio Ciccone is just 2 points behind him.
Ciccone is very punchy. The moment Arieta went, he just had to accelerate and regaining the front of this first group. Managed himself to get the maximum point. Arieta slowed it down maybe too much, and Aine Rubio was smart, slowing himself into 2nd position, was coming with much more speed from behind.
Well, there you go. They go over the top of the Verogna climb. There's only the Category 1 climb bearing points now remaining to Pila, and a long, long descent as they pass over 40 and a bit kilometres of this stage left. Now, though, kilometre after kilometre, a big descent right back down into the Valle d'Aosta, through Aosta itself, and then up the hairpin bends of the Pila climb. Bart Lemon's done a terrific job picking up from Tim Rex as they approach the top of the climb now. The team in yellow still with tremendous strength and depth. 4 domestiques for Jonas Vingegaard still to deploy. He'll be really delighted with that. They won't lose any unless there's an accident or a crash on the way down. And he will have 4 riders left to set the pace. And that fact alone really does suggest as Eulalio has slipped right back now. And that is not by design. Eulalio, I think, is starting to suffer a little bit here.
Peloton is still made of roughly 25 riders, and Eulalio, for the first time, shown some sign of weakness, and there is still a long climb to be done by the Peloton, as Jonas Vingegaard instead, and completely different style. It looks very much in control with his whole team ahead of him.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it, that Damiano Caruso hasn't moved back to look after the rider in the pink jersey. Caruso's still on the margins of the general classification. He's in 15th place. And it could be that if Eulalio's on a bad day today, he'll be cut adrift by his team. And they'll have to protect the interests of Damiano Caruso instead. Yeah, that's not ideal for the Maglia Rosa.
No, Chris Shawley, unfortunately, getting dropped just at the very end of the climb to Verogna. He's going to have a little bit time here to rejoin us. Van der Lee being caught back from the peloton, led again by Bart Lehmann and the World Visma Lisa bike. Giulio Cipollizari has replaced himself in a much more safer position, as Juanpe Lopez managed himself to rejoining the front of the race.
Yeah, he's doing a real yo-yo ride, isn't he, today? Juan Pedro Lopez. Getting back on the descent, getting dropped towards the top of the climbs. He's got a lot of descent there to work with until the village of Saint-Pierre, where the road flattens out a bit. Then the Red Bull kilometre comes at the foot of the climb today. 500 metres from the start of the Pilat climb, which is 16.5 kilometres long. So the breakaway taking time on the main peloton as the Maglia Rosa slips into last place now on this descent.
He survived it.
Not feeling great.
No, he survived this climb, but it looks very much in danger for the next and final climb to Pila. Is a 16 kilometers. So with the fatigue that is going to be piling up in the legs of Eulalio, and so also the all riders, but Eulalio seems like he's coming short in energy. 2:38 as Ciccone attacks on the descent.
Oh, taking a few risks there. Shutting down the attack in turn by Enric Mas. Sweeping past him. It's confirmation of the newly reworked King of the Mountain standings, as well as Ciccone picks up a Category 2 climb to Verogna, worth 18 points. Aina Rubio in second on 8, and Igor Arieta relegated to third place, picking up just 6 points to his tally. But all 3 of those riders have made big strides in the King of the Mountain standings so far today, with just one categorised climb still to go, and very remote chance that any of them will score points. Van der Lee, though, has moved himself up to second place on 77. Giulio Ciccone has come above Diego Sevilla now, and just 2 points behind Van der Lee in third place at 75. Goes without saying, of course, that if Giulio Ciccone wins the stage, he would go into the lead of the King of the Mountains competition, but only if he wins the stage. Descent, they continue to lose a bit of time, 2:22. So Visma Lease bike keeping the pressure up even on the descent. Chipping away at the time the breakaway will have when they hit the foot of the final climb. Around about 12 kilometres of descent, maybe 13 still to go. Not an overly technical descent. It's a very fast one, though. Ciccone's really attacking it. Clear blue skies behind, the snowy peaks. The other side of the Valle d'Aosta, sparkling in this sunshine. It's a beautiful stage to watch, but a brutal stage to race. Made all the harder, that bit harder, ironically, by the short stage distance of just 133 kilometres, meaning that the break would never really be given too much to play with. Too risky in just 133 kilometres, so the peloton riding hard behind. An average speed at the moment of 34 kilometres an hour is right up towards the top expectations that the race organisers had for this stage. So on a fast schedule. Pedro Lopez with the two riders from Pinarello Q36.5, Mark Donovan, David de la Cruz, still not able to shut the gap down to the front of the race, where that front group is getting away from them a little bit. As we look at some of the images of the riders who have finished their Giro A adventure in the Valle d'Aosta. There's immense peaks behind this peloton, weaving its way down this beautiful ribbon of roads with the verdant pastures of the Valle d'Aosta on either side of the tarmac. Bart Lemon picking his lines. All that firepower still to be deployed by Jonas Vingegaard. Whether Eulalio has managed to pick a better position in the bunch, I don't think he'd be able to at this pace. Make many positions up. Where is the Maglia Rosa?
He has moved up.
Yeah, he's managed to move up about 10 places.
Yeah, not much, but definitely better than position he was before. It's not an overly large group, so it's also not the most demanding task. He's a good descender, Eulalio, but he showed some sign of weakness, and it's not that Visma Lease-a-Bike are targeting especially the weakness Eulalio. It's just a consequence of what they want to do with today's stage. They're just gonna ride as hard as possible, because only one climb left, and they still have the legs of Bart Lemon still at the front, Victor Campanarz, Piganzoli and Sepp Kuss, two fine climbers. So it's going to be fast and furious over the last climb of Pila, which we remember start at 16.6 kilometers to the finish. There's going to be a Red Bull kilometer is going to be in favor of the riders at the breakaway, and after that straight up. Crescioli managed to rejoin the peloton.
Chapeau, Ludovico Crescioli. And Eulalio moving closer, just picking off a wheel here and a rider there and moving up. Now on the wheel of Ben O'Connor. Ahead of him then a few riders from Decathlon, including Felix Gall. All the top 10 of the general classification in this group, but most of them don't really have too many domestiques left. With one notable exception, and that is Visma Lease-a-Bike, with a huge amount of resource still to make this incredibly hard on the final climb. Bart Lemon, Piganzoli, Sepp Kuss, Victor Campanarz, all there for Jonas Vingegaard still.
Very stretched out the front of the race. It's a nice road, but definitely twisty.
But you're currently looking up the road there to see what sort of shape this front group is in off this descent, or halfway down this descent. Garofoli on the wheel of Alexander Vlasov. They make the junction across to Giulio Ciccone. Those three riders have got a bit of a gap over the rest. Koen Bouwmans at the back with Johannes Koolsets. As they drop down to the Valle d'Aosta, you can also feel the temperature going up with every passing kilometre. Speed now touching 80 kilometres an hour. They're spinning out. No way you can pedal at those speeds. Riders freewheeling, picking their lines, following their wheels in front. 30k to go in the race. And in 13.5 kilometres they'll be climbing again for the last time. A Red Bull kilometre to go through. Nobody incentivised by the time bonuses in this front group, and they won't be caught before the Red Bull kilometre, because we're only just over 12 kilometres to go, and they're going to be lightning fast kilometres as well before we get there.
Vlasov leading the way, followed by Ciccone, Garofoli, Enric Mas, and Arrieta, all the rest.
Feels like that group with the Pinarello Q36.5 pairing of Donovan and De La Cruz with Juanpe Lopez. Not sure we're going to see them at the front again. It feels like they've been dropped on this descent.
They just appear the very far back of the screen with around 150 meters margin or gap between them and the front of the race. So they might stand a chance, but if they're going to be back in contention with the front group, it's going to be just briefly, because just 5 kilometers on the flat, heading into the Red Bull kilometer, and then it's going to be about just climbing. 26 riders in the peloton in the meantime, so very, very reduced. It's a heavy and a hard day, and not just that, it's incredibly warm, and riders are experiencing some of very difficult temperatures. All the GC contenders are there.
3 riders from Tudor Pro Cycling, Storr, Rondell and Stork.
Just you have to go really at the back of the top 20 to see any of the riders that are missing, but they are either in the breakaway or dropped, so it's still all the riders supposed to deliver today, they're still there.
11k to go until the Red Bull kilometer. That's for the breakaway. You're looking at the back of the peloton though, where Crescioli, who's dropped from the front of the race, is still there. Jack Haig, who was dropped as well on the climb, he's managing to get back on the descent, taking a few risks, the Australian. Former rider from Bahrain, victorious of course last year, for many years before that, Jack Haig.
Soon it's going to be reapproaching this very group. We now switch with the camera at the front of the peloton, or the main group, because 26, you want to call this a peloton, very and heavily reduced. Jack Haig is about to make junction with them.
It's going to be reduced very quickly when we hit the Pilar climb, as well as the domestiques do their work and fall away. Jack Haig, not sure what he can really do on this current evidence of what his form is like on this climb, but at the very least he needs to get back in to the group where he finds his teammates, Steven Arensman and Egan Bernal, the 2 GC riders.
Back at the front of the race,
Vlasov from Ciccone, Garofoli. So as you can see now, they're into the outskirts of Aosta and they are off the descent and approaching the Red Bull kilometer on flatter roads, flatter territory now. Here's where a little bit of organisation has to happen for the riders at the front of the race. They've got to share the load and get into a pace line just to keep this chase at bay and buy themselves as many seconds as they can to get to the front, get to the foot of the Pilar climb. Heavily renovated castle there, Gothic castle, perched on a little rock like so many of them are in the Aosta Valley. Now, what's the cooperation like? Garofoli in conversation with Enric Mas. Arrieta, I think, calling for a team car. Ciccone, who attacked over the top of the previous climb and then took most of the descent in first place, drops to the back.
The gap is definitely not big enough for hoping to hold off the peloton, because the speed they're going to impose at the back is going to be incredibly high as they about to reach the bottom there in the town of Villeneuve, just outside Aosta. They're coming into town for another time, one last time before heading up towards the Pila. Baumann asking requirement for some beatings at the back. The car still not there.
Neutral service only, isn't it? It's the blue Shimano car, which we were speculating might have run out of cold water earlier on. They were handing them out with such frequency to that big breakaway group. Baumann drops to the back though. He wants a beat on.
There are the Pinarello Q36.5 Duo and Juan P. Lopez. They're about to make junction in the front of the race.
Yeah, across they come. Mark Donovan powering David de la Cruz with Juan P. Lopez as a passenger. And that makes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the total of riders there? I think it might be 14, 13, 14 riders.
Go straight at the front. 6.5 kilometer at the Red Bull, for the Red Bull kilometer. And that's the only flat bar we were referring to.
And it's not particularly long, is it? And the Red Bull kilometer is effectively the start of the climb. The climb begins just 500 meters later. And it's already, even when they get to the Red Bull kilometer, starting to drag up.
They're in for a very hard final part of the race. Gap is still coming down a little bit less fast than it was before, but still 2:19. Still Visma Lease bike doing most of the job, if not the entirety of the job.
Helicopter salutes helicopter.
Still Bart Lemon at the front. This very and a heavy reduced bunch.
Well, Alio's moved himself right up onto the wheel of Damiano Caruso again, using that descent to get himself out of trouble, get himself off the back of that group. And that's more like where Amalia Rosa should be positioned, heading to the final showdown on the final climb of the day. The hourly average speeds, of course, have fluctuated wildly because of the amount of climbing in each hour. First hour, as you can imagine, which is pretty much straight up the San Bartolomé climb, a modest-looking 33 kilometers an hour, which is actually flying. And they are, at the moment, slightly up or around about bang on the fastest schedule anticipated of 34 kilometers an hour total average.
The peloton here are the only GC contenders that they cannot feature some help from teammates. There's the Derek G, having Giulio Ciccone at the front. Ben O'Connor as well, the Australian from J. Colula there, right behind Bernal, as well as the 10th in the, or actually 11th at this point on the joint classification, which is Markel Bellocchi. On the other riders, such quite obvious Vingegaard, Eulalio, Aresman, Pellizzaren, and Hindley.
Yeah, Jonas Vingegaard is right at the back.
He was on the radio. We might go back.
Maybe stop for a pee or something, but before the final climb. But he is right at the back at the moment.
Yeah, since the East team is dictating the rhythm on the front, if he has a mechanical or whatsoever kind of problem, Bartolomeo is going to be slowed down.
.5k to go. Donovan back on the front. He's done a big block of work as Donovan for David de la Cruz today. Will it be in vain? It feels like there's not much chance of a tangible reward at the end of the day, with a miserly advantage of 2 minutes and 11 seconds approaching the biggest summit finish of the Giro so far, the climb to Pila. Bigger even than the blockhouse in terms of its distance, 16.5 kilometers. It's going to be nasty, but it's also going to be spectacular, the Pilar climb. There's a lot of Alpe d'Huez style switchbacks in the climb. And it's not in a wood. I think it's quite exposed, so we'll see a lot of it unfolding from the air.
Front of the race, still Donovan digging deep. It looked like they took charge of keeping the speed high in the front of the race. As here we're back with the main peloton.
Donovan has taken a few seconds. The gap grows again to 2 minutes and 13.
Vingegaard has rejoined the peloton as a moment for getting some beat on for the teammates as well as other riders.
Still Donovan sitting on the front, the Cumbrian rider from the north west of England.
He's just digging himself for David de la Cruz, although David de la Cruz himself shows some sign of weakness. But nonetheless, they are committed to the plan to continue to ride hard. This is the condition we said, 30 degrees for the riders, very, very warm, and no wind at all in today's stage. But nonetheless, for the riders, it's a very, very humid and hot day. This was a clear indication how many times you spotted riders pouring water over their heads or using ice cubes, as well as pouring water all over the body. There's the ice cubes we just mentioned.
Blue X team car is in the gap and delivers an ice pack to Johannes Koolset, which he places at the back of his neck. Donovan doing all of this ride now, I think, to the foot of the climb, which is coming thick and fast now. Another little bit of descending, which will lead us to the Red Bull kilometre, and then 500 metres later they'll be on the climb to Pila. The time gap now shrinking again down to 2:11, and that's before Visma Leasebike have really started to press the nitro button. Before, for example, Davide Piganzoli has done his piece. Before Victor Campenaerts has emptied the tank, as he often does on these climbs, the early kilometres of this climb. And then before Sepp Kuss has delivered the final blow, after which the expectation is Jonas Vingegaard will unleash in his bid for a third stage win on a third summit finish, and with that, almost inevitably, the Maglia Rosa. That's the theory, that's the plan. That is what Visma Leasebike have been riding for all day. And will it go into fulfillment and execution? So far, everything that they have done has been perfect. Contributions from Timo Kielich and from Tim Rex in particular are leading us to Pila with Visma Leasebike seemingly in firm control of this bike race. Is this going to be the day that lands Vingegaard in pink against this backdrop? Well, I can see why we're down the bottom, Jacopo, not at the top. There's no room up there at all, is it? No. It's just a tiny little summit.
Not at all.
It's going to be spectacular when the race crests the climb to Pila. Jonas Vingegaard has got himself back right in the middle of his team. 2 riders behind him, 2 riders in front of him. Everything's working like clockwork at the moment for Visma Leasebike.
As much as Eulalia has shown some sign of weakness and fatigue, none of the other opponents have done the same, because in the previous climbs we had always and ever-present and strong performances by Felix Gall, and also Timo Arsman looked like it to be very revamped by his performance in the time trial. So it's not obvious. We know that Eulalia might be in danger, but to be seen if Vingegaard had the legs to drop everybody else, because if you want to get and land into the Maglia Rosa, he has to do an amazing job. He's already leading ahead of them, but nonetheless, they've shown some great numbers, and might be not as straightforward as you would think. As Mark Donovan is about to cross the Red Bull kilometer uncontested. Or contested.
Like, having done all that work, that was a sneaky little move there from Jan Hirt to try and take the cash prize. But the first 2 places went to the Pinarello Q36.5 team, one of whom will be wearing the blue Dossard number at the end of the day. It's a little bit cheeky, that, wasn't it? Donovan had done the last 5 kilometres on the front. shuts down Jan Hirt and ensures, I think, that David de la Cruz picks up second place behind Donovan.
Still digging deep, the British rider for Pinarello Cuto at 6.5.
Got another 100 metres to go to take them onto the climb. And then we'll know exactly what they've got to work with, the breakaway, because the climb is about to start. 16.5 kilometres of it. It's going to be Pinarello Q36.5 who take us to the foot of the climb. And then we know what they've got to defend. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, that's all they've got.
Job done for Donovan. One last gel for Arrieta before starting the climb. 7.1 average. This is a very, very hard climb to be approached by the riders. Quite steady in the percentage.
Very steady, isn't it?
But nonetheless, it's a very difficult one.
The first few kilometres are quite straight, but then it gets pretty wiggly with lots of hairpins towards the end. Starting to gain altitude then, the final showdown, the final piece of this jigsaw. Visma Lease bike will be coming towards the Red Bull kilometre right now and approaching the foot of the climb. And then we'll see how quickly that time gap starts to tumble. At the moment, they're all sharing the work at the front and keeping that breakaway group rolling now. They've been on the climb for a minute. Koen Bouwman feeding for the last time, really, from the car.
Gap has crystallized around 2 minutes 15 for the moment. It's the peloton is going to wait the slopes of the climb to Pila to accelerate.
Juan Pedro Lopez. Another Spaniard on his wheel, David de la Cruz. 2 wheels behind, just tucked in behind Alexander Vlasov, another Spanish rider, Enric Mas.
There we are. Red Bull kilometer as well for the peloton. Still Bart Lemon at the front. Soon they're going to be turning right as well. Right behind Vingegaard is Sepp Kuss and Eulalio before the trio for Net Company Ineos. That is Egan Bernal, Timen Arsman and Verstad Bartseng, the Norwegian from the English squad. Scarafoli suffering a little bit, 219, still quite stable.
1 kilometre into the climb already for the front of the race. And approaching the climb for the peloton. Cutting their way through fruit trees and vineyards and up ever closer to the steeper slopes where the climb unwinds in a series of hairpins up towards the ski station of Pilar in bright sunshine. The longest climb of the Giro d'Italia to this point. Topping out at over 1,700 metres of altitude. It's the highest as well.
Best time so far for this climb is 48 minutes, a little bit more than 48. Very likely it's going to be demolished once again, as seems like a trend nowadays. Recap of the Red Bull kilometer: Mark Donovan, De La Cruz, both for Pinarello Cuto, the 6.5. Third was Jan Hirt for NSN team.
15k to go then. 1.5 kilometres into the climb. Long way for any of these riders to risk an attack. They'll have to stay together for longer than that. And Garofoli's recovered a little bit and gets into the slipstream for what that's worth on these slopes of Wout Poels in front of him. Here comes the peloton. Still it's Bart Lemon. Decathlon moving up. Sort of suspected this might happen. They are full of confidence in Felix Gall's form, given what he did in staying close to Jonas Vingegaard on the previous 2 climbs. And it looks like Decathlon might be threatening to take the race a little bit to Visma Lease bike. Let's see if they hit the front. No, still Visma Lease bike on the front.
Still 4 riders for Decathlon CMS GM, apart from Felix Gall, Mulberg, Staunen Mittet and Callum Scottson. As this is the peloton. It's heavily reduced.
Wow. But yeah, there's 1 or 2 riders just behind Eulalia though. Already he slips a little bit though. He's tucked in behind Matthias Vondel and Michael Storer, Florian Stork, 3 riders from Tudor Pro Cycling. Pellizzari still a little bit far back. Damiano Caruso, who's normally up towards the front, as well as the last but one rider in this group, just ahead of Crescioli.
Some Italian friendship between Gualdi and Giulio Pellizzari. It's cannot quite get if he's feeling good or not, because he was first at the back, then he remonted up to a much more forward position. Now it's again at the back as Garofoli. It's just a tiny gap of a few centimeters. It looks like he's about to getting dropped. As still an even collaboration, but the gap is going down 2 minutes, 2:05 to be more precise at the moment.
I wonder at what point these riders, as they see their time gap shrinking with each kilometre, what point will their patience snap? And which rider it might be? Will it be Arrieta, for example, or will it be Giulio Ciccone who goes first? Or one of the Movistar riders? Remember, they've got 3 riders to play with here.
And why not with Vlasov? He looked like he was a little bit in pain in the beginning, showing a better and better sign along the parcours today. As Enric Mas, despite all the efforts, is in last position. Looks like soon to be dropped. As we said, this is how steady it is, the climb. A little bit hard in the finale, but in general quite steady.
Eulalio has dropped right back.
So does Pellizzari.
Those 2 riders in first and second place in the white jersey competition, incidentally, but last 2 positions in the peloton.
And still they are not yet on the harder slopes. The first couple of kilometers at 5%.
Eulalio is really starting to suffer now.
Yeah, you see, like it's the composure on the bike. It's not the same as it was before.
No.
I think here we go in an attack with Garofoli. It looked like he was about to get dropped, but maybe we misread the situation.
Well, Garofoli, seeing the time gap come down to under 2 minutes, launches the first attack, but it's not a particularly explosive one, and Ciccone is able easily to follow it. Well, I say easily. This is hard for all the riders, but at no point did Garofoli get a gap there. Rubio on his wheel. Vlasov looking ominously good. Jan Geerts with that characteristic standing up, bobbing style of his. And David de la Cruz. And a little gap to Johannes Kulset.
It's the sort of performance you see some riders being detached in all the climbs and now found a new energy. It seems like the shape and the legs are going up and down, you know, and the performance does the same for the riders at the front, climbing at 20 per hour. It's very mono, but here the climb is hard as they keep losing ground. 1:48 to the peloton. Igor
Arrieta's in all sorts of distress, though, scrambling to try and get back to the bunch, but it looked like Enric Mas and Juan Pedro Lopez might be dropped.
So now
we switch our attention back to the peloton.
Yeah, it's Victor Campenerts at the front, been replacing Bart Lehmann, who's finished his job. There is still Pellizzari with Caruso, Bellocchi and Eulalio at the very far end of the peloton.
Mark Donovan from the break picked up and passed. Pellizzari last man in the group. Eulalio has moved himself a couple of positions into the bunch and isn't right now the last rider, as Campenerts sets his pace now with Sepp Kuss and Piganzoli poised to take over. Be interesting to see which order they go in. You'd have thought Piganzoli would be the next rider to work.
Arrieta
just about still there. That's Enric Mas, who he sees going away from him now. A lot of Spanish riders in this breakaway, but they're losing a few, because I think Juan Pedro Lopez has been dropped as well.
I think the speed is not yet the fastest here, as Enric Mas was detached and he managed to get himself in contention. I think the energy are just about to, at the bottom of the tank for the rider. Nobody seems to quite have the legs to break free and move clear ahead of everybody else, as Bellocchi is cracking in the peloton.
Well, he's a GC rider, is Markel Bellocchi in 11th place, and the young Basque rider is the first of the significant names in the general classification to pull the pin and drop away from that very, very small GC group of favourites, with Pellizzari, the next rider, in white.
Still
there
up.
He is, just about still there on the wheel of Caruso and Eulalio. Michael Storer has dropped a little bit. Mathis Rondel is still there, so too is Florian Stork, I think.
Chris Harper as well, and Ben O'Connor Pellizzari just hanging in there, but he's in a very, very dangerous position there. A lot of numbers for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe still in the group.
Derek G. West looking good alongside Jai Hindley.
Little gap is opening up.
He's looking round, isn't it? It's always a bad sign when a rider looks around to see what's behind him.
To peloton or front of the front group, first group. This size, you know, there are still a lot of teammates still present. Still a way of switching off Aleotti, the only rider remaining with Jai Hindley. Still Stone emitted, Scottson and Mühlberger for Felix Gall.
Ben Zwiehoff is done. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe with Pellizzari still in that ominously, that dangerous last position in the bunch. If there's a violent acceleration when Campenaerts is finished, then he's very vulnerable to be dropped.
Arieta getting distance by the front of the race. Kulset just hanging in there a little, opens up a little gap. It's Eric Mas as well, Wout Poels, and Rubio. De La Cruz, after being dropped in the previous climb, is...
It's quite unpredictable, this group, isn't it? To figure out who's got the good legs at any given moment. But I think we both noticed that Alexander Vlasov is really building into this stage and looking stronger and stronger. But they've only got 1 minute and 35 seconds, and the race below on the mountain from the GC group has not really ignited yet. It's just Victor Campenaerts holding the pace.
It's a hard climb, as you see, a very wide road. Here's Vingegaard. Still look very good. Pretty much in control, just looking around to see.
Barely any sweat on him either. Felix Gall alongside him.
Svestad Bartseng, the Norwegian, still there. Tim Aardman also looking good. Egan Bernal is getting reduced as now the minor change at the back. Caruso take the last position as Giulio Pellizzari still hanging in there, as so does Eulalio. But everything can change once Sepp Kuss is going to take over.
Pellizzari has moved from that position at the back, as you noted. He's making his way up the group of favourites on the left. Damiano Caruso's dropped to the back now alongside the Maglia Rosa, but Pellizzari has definitely moved from the back. He's ahead of Derek G. West on the road as we look at Felix Gall. He's still got Gregor Mühlberger and Callum Scottson. Mühlberger's tucked in behind him. Callum Scottson is right up alongside the Visma Lease bike train on the front. Svestad Bardseng still is looking really good here. He's the only support rider there for Egan Bernal and Thymen Arensman. Arensman, though, is slipping a little bit. Oh, no, he's well placed.
Campenaerts has shown some sign of weakness now. I think it's not long that we might see a shift at the front with Sepp Kuss taking over from the Belgian rider.
It looked like Eulalio was starting to get in real trouble at the back there. Just caught a glimpse of him, maybe with the gap opening up. Vlasov, Ciccone, Aino Rubio, Jan Hirt, David de la Cruz, Wout Poels and Enric Mas.
Gap hasn't changed much in the last kilometer, 1:30, as Campenaerts is now making much an impression on the speed at the peloton. I think it's more about the fatigue of the riders. But as you pointed out, it still has to spark the race behind. Ciccone swing off and Rubio takes over.
Yeah, Campenaerts is grimacing, and the Maglia Rosa is still there. Chris Harper and Damiano Caruso behind him now. But the body language isn't good from the Maglia Rosa. You look at him, his shoulders are hunched, the head is dropped, he's looking at his front wheel. Gets a little bit of support and encouragement from Juan Pedro Lopez, who's been caught and passed from the original breakaway. Digging in for now, but the attacks haven't started yet. You can see he's gritting his teeth now. Callum Scottson then bringing Felix Gall up alongside Jonas Vingegaard. Campenaerts still sitting on the front, but maybe not for much longer.
The bunch is heavily reduced, roughly 20 riders, all lined out at the back. Also, Derek G is not in a very comfortable position, just right in front of Eulalio. 1:27 as Callum Scottson swings off, leaving only Gregor Mulberger with the leader Felix Gall. Here is Rondel and Michael Storer, the Australian.
Storer's looking good today. On a hot afternoon, didn't look like he was sweating. Corn Baumann looking round. He'll see his teammate Ben O'Connor, his team leader, a little bit isolated here, but Baumann won't be able to offer him much support unless he's got a bottle of water he can pass over.
Chris Harper also at the back of the peloton. Victor Campanaz started shaking a little bit the shoulders. It's indication that it's just about to be job done for him. Vingegaard seems like very much in control so far.
Just
80.
Waiting to pull the trigger, isn't he, Vingegaard? And he can afford to be patient because he's still got Campanaz, he's still got Piganzoli, who's in front of him, and he's still got Seb Kuss. A physical battle so far being framed by Visma Lease Bike. The psychological battle, every bit as important at this point, is ominous for everybody else, with Visma Lease Bike still there with 4 riders. Everyone else is pretty much isolated. Jai Hindley, he's got Giulio Pellizzari, his co-leader, with him. But I think that's about it.
Yeah, Giulio Pellizzari again has drifted a little bit at the back. He was in company with Jai Hindley for a brief moment.
Good ride to this point for Egan Bernal. He's on the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard, and alongside Felix Gall, Timo Allensman, his teammate. They're the last 2 Net Company Ineos riders. And Corn Baumann sits alongside, for now, Ben O'Connor, having dropped back from the group of favourites. Olalio's in a real battle now. He's fighting for the wheel of Derek G. West ahead of him. So far, so good, but for how much longer?
The front, Einer Rubio opens up a little gap over the remainings. Ciccone responded immediately, so does Vlasov. That he looked increasingly better and better as the race goes on. 1:14, it's a very tiny margin, but they have to go deep if they want to stand a chance.
10 kilometres of this climb still to go. Rubio, Ciccone, Vlasov and Hirt open up a little bit of a gap on the others. David de la Cruz, Mas and Wout Poels with work to do to get back to the quartet of riders at the front of the race, where Jan Hirt, by the looks of it, is losing a bit of contact as well with Rubio, Ciccone and Vlasov, as the landscape unfolds and unfurls itself behind them on a steep section of this climb, and they pass to within 10 kilometres of this 133-kilometre stage.
Wout Poels, David de la Cruz detached, still Campenarts at the front as they're rolling to the 10-kilometre from the finish line, also the peloton.
Campenarts is going deeper into this stage than I had anticipated, especially with the riders that they've still got to use to deploy. Piganzoli can afford to be, when he does work, and Sepp Kuss that bit more explosive and that bit more dynamic over a shorter period of time. If Campenarts can stick on the front for a bit longer, as Rubio attacks again at the front of the race, gets a bit of a gap. Ciccone takes the responsibility of getting out of the saddle and going after the Colombian. That's the second attack of Rubio in the last couple of K.
It's not going to be enough, at least for now, because Ciccone managed to come back as well, so Vlasov, Jan Hirt and the remaining, it seems like nobody has quite the legs to make any difference. Everybody looks very tired at the front. Bernal, for the first time, a little bit digging deep in his handlebar.
And again, Olalio, a bike length opens up in front of him, and he's got to try and get onto Derek G. West's wheel. Little gaps emerging throughout this line as the suffering really starts. Pellizzari as well finds himself having to shut down a little bit of a gap. But there it is, Olalio, Derek G. West. That is a gap that's growing now.
He just closed it, but now Victor Campanarts has finished his job, and it's about Sepp Kuss taking over, and now the things get complicated for Eulalio and all the riders who are experiencing some distress.
It's only going to get harder now on this climb.
1 minute and 6 seconds only. Just going one way and in favor of the peloton. Sepp Kuss now, followed by Piganzoli. Jonas Vingegaard always still looking very good.
Good ride from Egan Bernal today as well. To this point, you have to say, as Wout Poels now, from nowhere, has come back, and the veteran Dutchman, the oldest man in the race, is the next rider to attack. Cicconi's right on his wheel, and Aina Rubio, this time, is on the back foot. How did Wout Poels get back to the front of this race?
I don't know. It seems like really that you see riders getting dropped, eventually attacking the very same riders that they were forcing him to be detached. I think it's just about how much energy left in the tank, as this three riders seems like they're moving clear. Enric Mas as well at the back is still in there, while Vlasov got a little gap. Jan Hirt holding the wheel of Enric Mas.
Well, it's like a group of punch-drunk boxers just staggering around the boxing ring, flinging punches at each other at the front of the race. Caruso's dropped, Eulalia.
And O'Connor as well.
And O'Connor.
O'Connor's getting dropped before Eulalia, and Chris Harper just hanging in there.
It's interesting to see Sepp Kuss is not the last man today for Jonas Vingegaard, and that pays a great deal of respect, I think, to Davide Picanzoli. So not such a good day for Ben O'Connor today.
No, it's been living a very good moment. He's seated in 5th position in the general classification at 250, but it looks like he's going to lose some ground. As Eulalia eventually is getting dropped with Derek G and Mathis Rondel and Chris Harper as well.
It started to happen. Afonso Eulalio's spell in the Maglia Rosa is about to come to an end. 9 kilometers at least from the top of this climb. Afonso Eulalio finds himself having to get out of the saddle and sprint to get onto the wheel of Derek G. West ahead of him. And he's going to be resilient, he's going to battle on for as long as he can, but those 33 precious seconds of when, and it is a question of when, not if, Jonas Vingegaard starts to accelerate and attack, they are going to vanish very, very quickly indeed. So it feels certain that Eulalio will be out of pink at the end of the day.
Yeah, and since we are so far from the finish, still 10 rides at the front. We see Giulio Pellizzari always in the last position, but he looks like he can hang in there with the speed. There's another shake-up at the front. Enric Mas rejoined, launching another attack. This time, Wout Poels getting dropped. None
of it makes sense at the front, does it? They're all so tired. They're on their hands and knees, these riders, forming the early break of the day. Wout Poels, having just been on the front attacking, somehow is trying to get back to launch another attack. 2 Movistar riders in the mix, though. Aina Rubio and Enric Mas with the Czech Jan Hirt. Some real old legs here. Jan Hirt and Wout Poels. Aina Rubio, Giulio Ciccone. 52 seconds over the Vingegaard group, and now, as you can see, there's 15 seconds from the Maglia Rosa, who's all on his own on the road now.
Derek G is trying to rejoin the peloton with Mathis Rondel on his wheel, and Eulalia cannot even benefit from Caruso's being dropped a few meters before the Portuguese rider. I think it's Giulio Pellizzari also was about to open up a gap from the peloton.
Well, that has to be what Afonso Eulalio starts to think about now, the gap between him and Giulio Pellizzari in the white jersey competition, because that is much, much bigger. No, the Maglia Rosa is going away from him, though. Pellizzari's still there.
Yeah, I was fooled by the presence of Arrieta that was being brought back from the peloton, from the breakaway.
Johannes Kuhlset is being reeled in from the original breakaway by Sepp Kuss, by the American. He's looking really focused. Pellizzari has recovered brilliantly after all the signs were that he was in the wrong place. Well, at the moment, he's riding away from the Maglia Rosa and making gains in the general classification over the likes of Ben O'Connor, Derek G. West, Mathis Rondel. Remember, he started in 9th place on GC. So all of Italy will be hoping that Giulio Pellizzari is having a much better day today.
Yeah, also Chris Harper slipped to the back, so it's another rider that might be pushed out of the top 10 in the GC. Gregor Mühlberg is having a very good ride, Austrian teammate of Felix Gall on the left of your screen.
Yeah, because apart from Sepp Kuss and Davide Picanzoli, there's only one domestique left, and that is Gregor Mühlberger, who's just tucked in front of the Austrian Felix Gall. Everyone else is a leader. Jai Hindley, Giulio Pellizzari, Michael Storer, Egan Bernal, Tiemann Arendsman, Jonas Vingegaard, Felix Gall.
Only 10 riders at the front, and among them, just few of GC contenders. As some of the favorites, or at least some serious contenders for the Maglia Rosa, have been dropped. Notably, the Maglia Rosa itself. Afonso Eulalio, with distance, Derek G as well, Ben Harper, Chris Harper.
43 seconds, they're coming. They are coming. Sepp Kuss is bringing this race back together again. They'll know it. There's not a hope. There's not a hope in hell that these riders are going to be able to ride to victory today. It was pretty clear from the beginning down in Aosta when Jonas Vingegaard gave the media and gave the interview in which he expressed that he wanted the Maglia Rosa and the stage today. And from that moment on, the breakaway had a slim chance of success. 41 seconds to protect over 7.2 kilometers would seem an impossible task. And Sepp Kuss hasn't really got motoring yet either, and let alone Davide Piccanzoli to set up the inevitable feeling attack from the man in blue, Jonas Vingegaard, who will almost certainly be continuing in blue in the King of the Mountains competition at the end of the day, but he's going to be a red-hot favourite now to take the Maglia Rosa as Egan Bernal starts to grit his teeth, the Colombian national champion, with his fellow teammate there, Tijmen Arensman.
So Felix Gall is showing some sign of suffering, but it's also his style of pedaling. Arensman very composed. So does Jai Hindley. It is Eulalio for the moment, according. He has Damiano Caruso here with him, can benefit some draft, and this might help reducing the damage, but as it stands for now, Maglia Rosa is off his end. The group here at the front seems like just standing still. Power is not there anymore as they start to drifting at the back. Blasov had appeared at the back. He's probably going to try to take some breath before being rejoined by the front of the peloton and giving a little bit of help and support to both Jai Hindley and Giulio Pellizzari.
It's remorseless riding from Sepp Kuss, setting the pace in the chase group. Taking a second here and a second there, bringing them back steadily, eating into their advantage. And all that remains of the group at the front is Ciccone, Rubio, Hirt, Mas and Wout Poels. Piccanzoli takes over, Sepp Kuss is done. So one more domestique and the Vingegaard attack gets closer and closer. As you see Sepp Kuss in the background. Wasn't the most amazing ride that we've ever seen from Sepp Kuss, but nonetheless it did a lot of damage.
Yep, just 9 riders now left at the peloton. David de la Cruz briefly is going to be part of it, but soon is going to be dropped as well. Also Gregor Mühlberger was not able to follow, so even more reduced bunch, and the only rider featuring riders featuring a teammate are Vingegaard with thanks to Piccanzoli, and then Jai Hindley and Giulio Pellizzari at the back.
Wout Poels dropped again from the quartet of riders now at the front of the race. Just worth saying that Davide Piccanzoli started the day 13th in the general classification, and once he's done his role here, it wouldn't surprise me at all, Jacopo, if he rides on and lands himself in the top 10. I think that's very possible today. Yeah,
because both Derek G, Chris Harper, and Michael Bellocchi, they're all being distanced, as well as Ben O'Connor.
So it could be that Visma Lease Bike have 2 riders in the top 10. And strong likelihood that they're going to have the Maglia Rosa as well, because on the road, as you can see from the time gap, the virtual lead of the general classification of this year's Giro d'Italia has passed hands, and it is passed, for now at least, from Afonso Eulalio to Jonas Vingegaard, who, if the race were to stop now, would be in the lead of the Giro.
Piccanzoli look around to see how much damage he has done. Everybody's still hanging in there, as Blasov, as we said, is giving some support to the riders, giving ice chips to Jai Hindley in there. At the front, the speed is not there anymore. Everybody's just trying to survive these kilometers, because at the back they're climbing incredibly fast, 27 per hour in this 6% slopes. Wout Poels appeared, but soon is going to be also the, how we call the Vingegaard group. It's not even a peloton.
Yeah, you're going to see Davide Piccanzoli's yellow jersey behind this group very soon, I think, and they know that the game is up. There is Piccanzoli. He's picking off Wout Poels now, and really stepping on the pace. There's almost a minute now between Vingegaard and the Maglia Rosa, Eulalio, as Jai Hindley and Michael Storer grab bottles from the side of the road. So too does Felix Gall. Still is Bernal on the wheel of Vingegaard, as Ciccone, in a bid for glory here, tries to go off the front and hold off this Piccanzoli chase with Rubio on his wheel. Well, hats off for Giulio Ciccone. This is the second time in this year's Giro d'Italia he's gone deep into a final summit finish, only to be caught in the last few kilometers.
30-second now, as the gap over Eulalio is a minute from the group of Vingegaard and all the other GC contenders. It's going to be even larger than this at the end of the stage, and as well for Giulio Pellizzari might be the chance of getting himself into the position of wearing the Maglia Bianca. Ciccone and Einer Rubio continues the effort as Piganzoli is about to taking all the remaining.
I think there's only 2 riders ahead of Piganzoli now, and I think it is Einer Rubio and Giulio Ciccone.
Still Bernal in there with Timo Aresman, so more than a teammate actually. Pellizzari is getting dropped.
Pellizzari. He is getting dropped, and that's good news for Afonso Eulalio and bad news for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, who've still got Jai Hindley in that group. But Pellizzari just showing a little bit of weakness there, and that gap is growing fast. I can't see a way back for Giulio Pellizzari, so already for the Italian, it is damage limitation as Piganzoli then, another phenomenal young climber from Italy, sweeps to the front now, and the race has come back together again. Yep. Piganzoli takes them to 5 kilometers from the top.
And that's the front of the race, not any riders from the breakaway, as Piganzoli continues to drive in and dig in deep for Jonas Vingegaard. We are not far from seeing the Danish rider going on the attack, as Giulio Pellizzari has been dropped, but it hasn't been cracked yet, as it seems like he's refound some more energy as he's getting closer to the front of the race once again.
Yeah, it's a gutsy recovery there from Pellizzari.
But this hairpin is going to hurt in the legs of everybody else.
Yeah, Arendsman just found Felix Gall coming past him in that little battle between those 2 riders for the podium place. Egan Bernal is still there on a good day, Jai Hindley too, but Michael Storer is now slipping and falling away.
Yeah, he's going to soon be called by Giulio Pellizzari. We're still not far from the group of Maglia Rosa. Damage is done. Aresman also drifting back, as well as Bernal.
And here he goes, Jonas Vingegaard, 4.6 kilometers from the top. This is the bid for the Maglia Rosa. He gets to the front. Piganzoli rides on. Felix Gall, the only rider to go clear of the rest of the group of favourites, looks around, checks, sees that he's got the gap on Arendsman and Bernal, and sets his own rhythm. Now he'll lock on to that blue jersey. It wasn't a devastating attack there from Vingegaard initially. He got clear, he came off the wheel of Piganzoli, and he's got the gap, but he's also got Gall behind him, and we know that Felix Gall will measure this climb very efficiently. We've seen this story before.
Piganzoli doesn't quite have the energy to match the speed of Felix Gall, which is still there. For Jonas Vingegaard, he knows he doesn't have to dig too deep at this point. Still 4.5 kilometers till the top. Once he open up the gap on Felix Gall, he just need to ride his own tempo and hoping it's enough to hold off the Austrian riders. Piganzoli managed to rejoin Felix Gall, so that it's an indication that Felix Gall might be slowing down a little bit compared to what he was doing before. In the background, in the meantime, it's Aresman, Bernal and Jai Hindley.
What a ride from Piganzoli. Having done that job there, just to be able to get onto the wheel of Felix Gall and hold his position there is incredible. And also an indication that Piganzoli wants to ride a GC race as well as supports Jonas Vingegaard.
He can become a very good prospect for the future of Visma Lease bike, on duty as a domestic today, but nonetheless he's present up front, and is going to gain a lot of position in the GC, Davide Piganzoli.
Well, make no mistake, this is a bid for history now. Jonas Vingegaard, it was signalled all day long. You could have written this script before the race even got underway, but don't underestimate how hard they've had to work for this. Taking control of this race, this 133-kilometre race, in and out of the massive mountains and the big climbs outside Aosta, and Vingegaard has delivered 4.5 kilometres from the top. Hindley now putting a little bit of difficulty on Timo Arendsman, and Pellizzari, good recovery from him. He gets across to Arendsman, and the 2 Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders can work Arendsman over here. Michael Storer all on his own and losing time as Hindley goes away from him.
And Bernal also, I think he was slipping even further down on the road, as we haven't seen where he's at the moment. 15 seconds for Vingegaard on Felix Gall and Piganzoli, and 33 on the group of Pellizzari.
Yep, 16 seconds to Felix Gall, and going out 3.6 kilometers to go. Now, has Jonas Vingegaard timed this particular attack and this ascent as well as he did on the first climb of Blockhouse? But Felix Gall was able to shut that gap down a little bit on that occasion, but he looks like he's really suffering on this climb. Maybe the heat as well, but Felix Gall sees 16 seconds become 19 seconds, and suddenly Gall seems more concerned about what's happening behind him than what's happening ahead. And the signs aren't so good today for Felix Gall.
Aresman and Giulio Pellizzari as Jai Hindley.
He's dropped Arendsman. And Jai Hindley has got 1 minute and 9 seconds to make up on Timo Arendsman, and could potentially end the day in a podium place.
Yeah, still a long way, because as you see, the speed is very high on this climb. The car overtaken Jai Hindley as the gap keeps growing over Vingegaard, but there's more subplot on this race, because the podium is still up for grabs.
Jai Hindley looks really strong there, doesn't he? And he's only, what, 12 seconds behind Felix Gall and Davide Piganzoli. He'll see the cars ahead of him. Can Hindley get across to the second group on the road that we're looking at there, where Felix Gall just has that yellow jersey sitting on his wheel, Piganzoli, which is in itself remarkable that he's able to do that.
What a ride. I think the best domestic today come from him and definitely Team Rex at the beginning, but what a ride by Piganzoli. He's conceding like half a meter now. As Felix Gall used to do this kind of efforts where it doesn't look like speeding up much, but with the cadence picking up and then eventually accelerating. 25 seconds, 24, just hanging in there as we approach the last 3 kilometers of the climb. Doesn't look in big distress, Vingegaard, as Piganzoli
finally lets the wheel go. He'll ride on, though, because he clearly wants to place himself high up in the top 10 of the GC at the end of the day, starting the day in 13th place, which is a very, very rare accomplishment for a climbing domestique. Hats off to Davide Piganzoli, the discovery of this climb. And the Red Bull duo have got together again. So Giulio Pellizzari is having an extraordinary climb. 1 minute he's beaten, the next minute he's recovering, and he's got across to Jai Hindley.
Timo Arendsman had to concede some ground on the duo for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe.
Digging in, though, Arendsman. And it's not impossible that the Dutchman can get across to the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe duo. He's got time to play with, Arendsman, and should be in third place at the end of the day. Felix Gall, of course, ahead of him on the road. And for Gall to take Arendsman's place is a 27 seconds turnover. Remember that bonus seconds could come into play as well for Felix Gall to move into second place on GC at the end of the day. But there's little doubt about who's going to be in the lead of the general classification, and it's going to be a big lead as well. It's going to be Jonas Vingegaard, 2.3 kilometers to go, unless the wheels come off, but they won't. The Dane looks totally in control, in command of his effort, attacking from the perfect distance out for a rider of his class. 4.6 kilometers to go. This time, Felix Gall can't seem to do much to bring Jonas Vingegaard back in the closing kilometers. I think he'll already be more concerned about Timo Arendsman behind.
The duo here still together. Pellizzari with a miraculous recover for what it was looking like a disaster day for him.
He's impossible to read today, isn't he, Giulio Pellizzari? But it's going to be a much better day.
Yeah, they're about to get on Piganzoli as Vingegaard doesn't show a sign of weakness like it was the case of the blockout stage. Just very composed today. 2 kilometers to go for the Danish rider. Still wearing the maglia blue of KOM leader, but it's going to be swapped by a much more important one. Maglia Rosa is going to go in his own end after this stage, as the Maglia Rosa, Eulalio, is at 2 minutes now. So it's going to lead at least on 1:30 over Eulalio, and to be seen about the remaining of the riders. Still a good defense for Eulalio so far. 50 seconds on this group as they caught Piganzoli. Just 7 seconds for Arendsman. He's not yet there. It's not far either.
Very close. Arendsman's position in the general classification, courtesy of that brilliant individual time trial, is being threatened by Felix Gall. At the moment, Gall has got 21 seconds on Timo Arendsman. He needs to take 27 seconds at least to take his place on GC.
And look at the right of the screen, the time of the climb compared to the record that was not set a long time ago.
Why, he's going to obliterate it, isn't he? 1.6k to go, and he's got 12 minutes in order to get to the top. Jonas Vingegaard is shattering records here, and he's making history. Danish fans then roaring on their hero, Jonas Vingegaard, in his first ever Giro d'Italia. It's going to be victory number 3 for him. That in itself is an astonishing reward, but this is a hammer blow in the general classification. Felix Gall now at 42 seconds.
He's not able to repeat what he was doing in the previous uphill finish, where he was able to manage the effort and stay at least close to Jonas Vingegaard. Now Pellizzari and Hindley, they see him right in front of them. them, and they might as well ending up all together, the three riders here, the two Italians, Piganzoli, teammate of Vingegaard, Pellizzari in white jersey, and Hindley. They might as well get to this man. Felix Gall is conceding a lot of ground on Jonas Vingegaard.
Yeah, just a bit overcooked, the Austrian today. He did exactly what he did on the last two climbs. He didn't try instantly to respond to Jonas Vingegaard's attack, but this time he didn't have the legs to just hold on to that time gap and even bring Jonas Vingegaard back. This time it's a very different story in the heat on this longer climb as well. Steeper gradients, the first real test, and significantly with all those thousands of meters of climbing already in the legs on today's parcours. So the softening up that Visma Lease did on the entire peloton is another reason why Jonas Vingegaard has been able to devastate the field in the manner that he has done today. A perfect team performance, supported and amplified by a perfect lead performance as well from this man.
Last kilometer for Jonas Vingegaard, who's just see the finish line right ahead of him. If he just speed up even a little bit further, he might as well ending with 1 minute gap over Felix Gall. Let's not forget there are also time bonuses at the finish line. 12, 8, 6 and 4 seconds available.
Nonetheless, despite Gall's frustrations in terms of chasing Vingegaard, I think he's got enough time, or he will have enough time, to supplant Tiemann Arensman and move above him in the general classification once more. And that third chase group featuring the astonishing Davide Piganzoli, Giulio Pellizzari, who has been really impossible to read on this climb, riding with Jai Hindley, swapping the work. Those two Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders separated by 30 seconds between them in the general classification, as only now does Felix Gall go under the Flamme Rouge and into the last kilometre.
50-second now the gap, and
close.
It's less than 10 seconds.
They are close. Hindley and Giulio Pellizzari coming across now to Felix Gall. They'll have him in their sights fairly soon. And the Austrian second place on the stage looks under threat potentially.
Also, Arensman is not far off the back. It's
battling on really well, yeah. The Arensman, all on his own.
It is Vingegaard approaching the finale, is looking back, but it's impossible to spot anyone near.
Yeah,
100 meters.
In a class of his own, the man in blue.
Seemed like he just did the job today. He doesn't look like in any distress compared to the face he was showing in the time trial or in Blockhouse. Is a completely revamped Jonas Vingegaard.
And that is the frightening thing for all his opponents. If there were any question marks about Jonas Vingegaard after his disappointment in the individual time trial back in Tuscany, you can put them to one side now. This is the master at work. Coming to Italy for the first time in his career, riding the first two summit finishes to perfection, but allowing just a chink of hope for all his opponents. That door is being shut today by Jonas Vingegaard, roared on by big crowds here in the sunlight in the Aosta Valley. Jonas Vingegaard is displaying those championship qualities that have meant that he has been victorious in the Tour of Spain and twice at the Tour de France. He comes to the Giro d'Italia. He has not won the race yet, but he has taken one giant leap with this victory on the way to the Maglia Rosa in Rome, which is what he came here to do. A stepping stone perhaps for another tilt at the Tour de France, but this is a masterful statement at the Giro as he wins for the third time of asking in Italy, and there is more to come from Vingegaard.
And this time, as I said, he doesn't look tired at all, just very relaxed and composed in his own effort. Felix Gall here, as Jai Hindley a little bit detaching both Pellizzari and Piganzoli. They won't be catching the Austrians, so it's going to be second place once again for Felix Gall, third for Jai Hindley, then Pellizzari, Piganzoli. Well, all right by all of them. I think especially for the two Italians, Pellizzari looks like he very much distressed the whole day, but he managed to stay in touch as well. Piganzoli after domestic duty.
And these 6 seconds that Felix Gall is going to pick up for another brilliant second place could be important as well in the battle between him and Tiemann Arensman for the podium position at the end of the day.
48 seconds for Felix Gall as Jai Hindley reaches here, something like 8 seconds after.
Picks up a 4-second time bonus as well for third place. Piganzoli finishes fourth on the stage ahead of Giulio Pellizzari. A stunning display.
There is future for Italy as the two Italians are now back in the top 10.
And with those time bonuses in hand, Felix Gall has now moved above Tiemann Arensman for the Netcompany Ineos team. It's going to be close at the end of the day, but Arensman will slip and Gall will move into second place on GC at the end.
To be seen We have to wait for Eulalia to see if he's going to concede time on those riders, because we don't know where his position at the moment. He was marked at more than 2 minutes. He needs to concede ground. It is Bernal with Jan Hirt and Einer Rubio outpoles that were part of the early breakaway.
Yep, Egan Bernal bringing a group of escapers as Eulalia has responded, and he's got the energy left in the final now to sprint for the line. He's going to still be comfortably in the lead of the white jersey competition, which becomes his new target, and he'll still have a high position in the general classification. Let's watch these finishes though. It's Hirt and pulls from Bernal and Rubio, but where is the Maglia Rosa? Roar him home. This has been a valiant, valiant day. He's let go of the lead of the Giro d'Italia, but still has the wherewithal to sprint for the line. He's still in the hunt for a high placing in the general classification. Afonso Eulalia, 2 minutes and 27 seconds after the race was won by Jonas Vingegaard, will hand that pink jersey over to Vingegaard, but he's right in the mix for the podium places, and he's going to be in the white jersey ahead of Giulio Pellizzari at the end of the day. But chapeau Eulalia, what a ride.
Yeah, not by much, the Maglia Bianca, something like 30 seconds, but nonetheless a huge display. Maybe still holding in there with the podium place. We have to do a little bit of a calculation. He started the day 3 minutes 42 ahead of Pellizzari for the Maglia Bianca, and Pellizzari was a
couple of minutes. I think he'll still have a couple of minutes.
You're right.
It's been a brilliant display from Afonso Eulalia. But here's the undisputed winner. It was no surprise, was it, that Jonas Vingegaard won, but just watching him go about his methodology, watching him do what he does and putting his team to work in the way that he did today was like watching the pieces of clockwork fall into the place in a very fine mechanism. Visma Leasebike were perfect today. The traditional phone call home for Jonas Vingegaard, just to reflect on a very, very good day. His best yet at this Giro d'Italia, landing himself in the race lead and picking up a third victory.
He looked completely different from my point of view. If you look at his face, the grit, the grimaces he was showing, and the blockhouse is nowhere near what we've seen today. He was very composed. Seems like he was just doing the job, you know, without overspending too much energy. Completely different body position. Being granted another victory, the third one on this very Giro d'Italia, and there's more to come for the Danish rider Jonas Vingegaard. Is going to be leading the Giro d'Italia and as well the KOM classification by far as well. Here's the stage results.
Well, Giulio Pellizzari, after all of that, finished in 5th place, 1 minute and 3 seconds behind. He's, I think, Eulalia will have lost around about half of his advantage, a little bit less than half of his advantage over Pellizzari, but a really good day for Pellizzari. Good day for Jai Hindley as well, gapping his teammate at the end there by 5 seconds on the road and picking up another 4-second time bonus. Jai Hindley is getting stronger and building into this race. But Felix Gall has finished second to Jonas Vingegaard every time we've had a summit finish, which is a significant record in its own right. And as you pointed out, Vingegaard just simply obliterated the best time ever set on the Pilar climb.
8 minutes faster, or more roughly, than the previous set. What a ride by the Danish rider here from Visma Leasebike. Controlled the race since the kilometer zero, and it was just a masterpiece in teamwork, as all of the riders were successfully doing the job they were meant to. And heads off, I think the best MVP of the days, I think that goes to 2 riders. Pigantoli, it's quite obvious, but before, if you were with us watching the race for Team Rex as well, digging deep to sparing other teammates to do the job too far from the finish.
Jacopo, my maths completely failed me at this point because there was too many calculations going on, but I'm going to be fascinated to see the top 10 in the general classification and see where Pigantoli has landed at the end of the day.
I will assume a 7th, 6th
something like that. I mean,
yeah.
I think he's definitely in the top 10.
We don't know when riders such
Like Derek G. West.
Yeah, Derek G, Harper,
Chris Harper, those kind of riders.
Storer, Bellocchi, Matisse Rondel, all those riders that were ahead of him. So we don't know how much gap he was, but that's the beauty of watching the ceremony after. Eulalia never lost the good mood in chit-chatting. He has to stay there because he's still one jersey for his like and is the best young jersey.
I think he might be quite close to the podium still. Let's have a look. He is.
Yeah, by not much. But
Still in second place, Afonso Eulalia.
Only 10th at Piganzol. That surprises me. I thought he would have get more position, but there were too many calculations. So
yeah,
but on us, Fatum, we didn't quite get it right. But nonetheless, he moves himself into the top 10 and more to come, because there is a last week where if he can keep repeating what he's doing now, he might as well be featuring a much higher rank at the stage in Rome.
Giulio Pellizzari, that's a good story for Italy though. He moves up from 9th place to 6th, ahead of Michael Storr and Ben O'Connor. Unexpectedly weak performance from him today, along with Derek G. West. Neither of those riders quite had the legs that they had in the individual time trial, where they both performed outstandingly. He could be pretty pleased that he's second on GC at the end of the day.
Yeah, what a way to defend. He's going to have another major test in the uphill finish of Cari, but he's in about 3 days' time. Tomorrow's going to be a flat stage, so he can breathe for a little bit, Afonso Eulalia, but as well this man. Well, if the stats are correct, stay with us in the next stages, because there are plenty of possibilities for Jonas Vingegaard to score yet another victory. He looked like the best climber in this Giro d'Italia, no doubt about it.
Right up 1,000 meters higher than the finish. The panoramic landmark, the Stella di Pila. How do you even set about constructing something that high up, bringing all the materials up to build a...
There is the road, as you see.
Incredible, isn't it? 2,700 meters. When is that ever clear of snow? Amazing. The views from there must be just extraordinary. Well, this was the moment he attacked. It was 4.6 kilometers out, and it wasn't because Piganzoli couldn't do another kilometer on the front. We saw that from the way he rode on. It was just Vingegaard, I think, decided the time was good, and he obviously felt so. He wasn't forced into doing it there. He just decided, I think I'll go now. And I think you rightly pointed out, it feels like he's got more left to give.
He just had to open up a gap over the Felix Gall and the remainings, and then from there on it was just controlled pace in a way. Really, for me, what's really astonishing, or like what stands out really a lot, is how it does look. In Blockhouse, it looked like he was really in distress to keep the pace, to keep Felix Gall at bay. But today, really, just a controlled effort from Vingegaard in a much, much harder stage. So I think he was maybe suffering in the first week. Jonas Vingegaard, due to the temperatures, completely different. In Blockhouse, it was 5 degrees, or even less. Today was a mighty 30 degrees. So I think he's start to feel and enjoying a little bit more heat. He's gonna get more and more good performances. But today is a big, big heat, and Giro d'Italia. Yes, the new owner of the Maglia Rosa. And I think now it's going to be much more enjoyable the time he has to spend on the podium, because it's a bigger achievement for the first time wearing the Maglia Rosa.
All right, let's hear from Jonas Vingegaard then, after victory number 3 that has landed him in pink.
Jonas, 3 mountain stages and you've won them all. Is this one better than the first 2 because you have dictated the race this time and there is the Maglia Rosa?
Oh, I think this one is the one I will remember the most. Yeah, today we made a plan from the start with the team, and we wanted to control the race, and that's what my teammates did, and they did an incredible job the whole day. It was really impressive how they rode, and I'm so proud of my teammates, and I'm proud that I can pay them back. It's a super nice win.
Had you identified 4.5 kilometers to go, the right time to be alone, or have you improvised that?
No, it's always a bit of improvisation. It's of course, we said when it got steeper in the end, we wanted to try, and then Piganzoli, I think I almost didn't have to attack today. He rode everyone out of my wheel almost. So that was really impressive, not only by him but the whole team today. They really deserve this victory, and I'm super happy with it.
Tomorrow, a stage for sprinters probably. How will it be to go to Milan, a big city, with the Maglia Rosa?
Oh, it will be, of course, very nice. I mean, Milano is a very nice city. I've been there before, and it's a special city in Italy, obviously, and will be very special for me to have the pink jersey going into Milano tomorrow.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
Well, with one eye on history, Jonas Vingegaard assumes the lead of the Giro d'Italia for the first time in his career, but you suspect not the last. Big statement made by Jonas Vingegaard, expelling any doubts about his form going into the third week of climbing, where the mountains only get bigger, the altitude gets higher, and the tests get harder. Psychological blow has been delivered apart from anything else, and the general classification now reads very comfortably indeed for Jonas Vingegaard, who's got a big lead over his main rivals, or those riders he'll perceive as his main rivals. We're beginning to see a filtering out though, a shuffling as the riders' form fluctuates. I think Felix Gallo has been consistently the second best climber, and he proved that again today. But he's not a normal rider, Jonas Vingegaard. He is the only rider in history who's ever managed to deprive Tadej Pogacar of victory at the Tour de France, and he's done it twice.
Glad for the eyes to see Eulario always smiling despite the defeat today, to concede the Maglia Rosa to this man.
He knew that he would lose the jersey today.
He defended very good.
Didn't he?
He's still in second position. And it's not like he lost an enormous amount of time. If you take away Vingegaard, on all the other riders, it was just 1 minute 30 down. And this was one of the hardest stages of this Giro d'Italia. It's true, we're still missing the third week, and everything can change, you know, but also can change in a good direction. It doesn't have to be necessarily in the bad direction for Alfonso Eulario.
The direction of travel continues to be positive for Jai Hindley, and a much better day for Giulio Pellizzari, moving up 3 places in the general classification. Ben O'Connor going 3 places down, and Piganzoli making up 3 places as well. As we look at the Matterhorn in the distance.
Quite easy to recognize.
It's quite big, isn't it? And quite spiky. Well, it's breathless stuff. Jonas Vingegaard making his way to the podium, but time for us to look back at those 133 kilometres that were controlled and dominated by one team and one rider. And you know who it is. Well, just a little pause to applaud the Matterhorn, and now I think we can look back at the stage. Wonderful images.
So that was it for today with Jonas Vingegaard winning an amazing stage thanks to an even more impressive performance by the whole team of Visma Lease a Bike, who's been able to slot Davide Piganzol in 4th position. As we witness a little bit more of the view here in the beautiful Val d'Aosta, is the Lago Chamolet. Today what we saw was a very determined Visma Lease a Bike that took control from the very early kilometers of the stage, being always under control, and they had just one thing in target, and to win the stage, and they get the victory and the Maglia Rosa, and they succeeded in everything. Being able also to place Piganzol in the top 10 of the general classification, as the opponents had a very negative day. So only, despite being one of the most successful country and story of cycling, it's only the 2nd Danish rider wearing the Maglia Rosa after Mats Pedersen just last year when he rode to victory in the roads of Albania. Some replays of what the team efforts everybody did today. This man, Team Rex, deserves a prize for how deep he dig. Being congratulated here by Piganzoli, Eulalio, and here again the whole team. Every time the camera was shifting at the front of the peloton, it was just one color, and it was the yellow.
Well, a very composed performance from Eulalio. Didn't panic when he was dropped. He would have been expected to have dropped from that group. I suspect there was a very important job that was done by his teammate Damiano Caruso as well. It was a job that we didn't see with the cameras. There was too much going on at the front of the race, but Caruso dropped back to work with Eulalio, and I suspect that was a very important intervention from Caruso, who has also sacrificed his general classification position a little bit in doing so. All the sights and sounds and colour of a frenzied Grand Tour mountaintop crowd here at the Giro d'Italia. Big crowds in Pila. Spectacular, a landmark climb that Jonas Vingegaard has conquered here in record fashion, obliterating the previous record by 8 minutes. Bono Caro, the president of RCS, following Jonas Vingegaard home. He didn't even look distressed at the end.
That's what we said. He looked like always in control of today's effort, and completely different facial expression compared to the Vingegaard we saw in the south of Italy in the first week.
Or indeed at the individual time trial, which he obviously hated. He suffered greatly on that day. But the mountains are his playground, really, Jonas Vingegaard, and he was untouchable today. Moves firmly into controlling position of this year's Giro d'Italia. Now this time it's not going to be the blue jersey. Well, it will be the blue jersey. You'll have to pull that on as well, but it's the real deal now. This is the one that really matters. And we're going to see a lot of Jonas Vingegaard on the podium. The anthem is beginning to rumble, and he's about to be introduced to the crowd as the stage winner, the Maglia Rosa and the King of the Mountains.
For the 3rd time in this very Giro d'Italia, his very first Giro d'Italia, managed himself to be at the front. Looked like to be the best climber of them all, and increased a huge gap on everybody else.
Un'atleta che arriva dalla Danimarca per il team Visma Lease a Bike, Jonas Vingegaard!
He's had a pretty perfect 2026, Jonas Vingegaard. It's going to be fascinating if you could fast forward in time to get a sense of what else he's going to achieve this year. But the winner of Paris-Nice, every target that he's set himself so far this year, he has delivered on. And this is exactly where he would have wanted to be when he planned the 2026 season. Because as he does head towards the Tour de France, and as we head into the 3rd week with the Giro d'Italia GC firmly in his grip, he will start to think about how to approach his effort with the Tour de France in mind as well.
Yeah, yes, big target this year, Jonas Vingegaard, to do taking the double crown both in the Giro and the Tour de France. And it seems like on a measured effort here so far at this Giro d'Italia.
Well, in some ways, he's going to want to emulate what 2 years ago Tadej Pogačar did. That's the model, isn't it, of how you race both in the modern era in the same year. Interesting top 10, though, on the stage. Vingegaard, the expected name, ahead of Gal once more for the third time. Hindley once again with a strong finish in third. Pigansoli remarkably coming around Pellizzari to finish fourth ahead of the other Italian. Arensman battling on to finish sixth. A little bit disappointing for Michael Storer in seventh. Wout Poels and Jan Geert from the early break of the day, the only two riders who made it into the top 10 at the end. And Egan Bernal in 10th place.
And it is unique, and for the first time seen this kind of image.
This really means something to Vingegaard. He's done it. He hasn't won the Giro d'Italia yet, but he's now led all three of the Grand Tours. From the Maillot Blanc to the red jersey of the Vuelta a España, and now the Maglia Rosa at the Giro d'Italia. And it's going to take an almighty effort to pull that jersey off his back. And let's be honest, the only person who can prevent Jonas Vingegaard from winning the Giro d'Italia now is Jonas Vingegaard. His form would have to collapse, or something would have to go wrong for Vingegaard to lose, or we'd have to get sick for him to lose the jersey at this point. He's made that clear now 3 times, as if the question wasn't difficult enough to answer in the first place. We now know with absolute certainty that there is a distance between him and everybody else when a race finishes uphill on a long climb. So for as long as his form holds together, Jonas Vingegaard will be almost impossible to dislodge. Nice bit of slow motion sound there. Let's have a look at the GC, the reworked GC. 2:26's lead over Afonso Elalio in second place still. Elalio still has 24 seconds over Felix Gall in third. Arensman drops down to fourth, Hindley up to fifth, Pellizzari up to sixth from ninth, Storer still in seventh, but Ben O'Connor drops 3 places from fifth to eighth. Derek G drops to ninth, and Davide Pigansoli moves up into the top 10 just. Well, normally we would see the Maglia Ciclamino now, Jacopo, but we're not going to for good reasons today.
We have to wait a long time before Jonathan Narvaez, if he has finished the stage. We haven't been informed otherwise.
God, I'd forgotten about that.
It's going to be taking a little while before reaching the podium as well. I think he might be finished even the stage with the same group of Paul Manier. And tomorrow is going to be another day for shakes in the Maglia Ciclamino because it's sprint day, and Jonathan Narvaez at this point is leading the Maglia Ciclamino classification just by 1 point over Paul Manier, which tomorrow, if he just going to get the victory, is going to be a mighty 50 points.
I don't think we should discount totally the intrigue in the King of the Mountains competition, because for the first time today it really exploded into life.
Yeah, Ciccone was involved for the first time in with serious intention. But today's stage, nonetheless, Jonas Vingegaard have moved, I think, 161. So big toll compared to Ciccone, who was to made up 100 points, but there are still more time, more climbs to come in the next stages.
So the climber standings: 161 plays 77, 75 for Giulio Ciccone, 72 for Felix Gall. He's picking up points all over the place. Diego Sevilla drops down to 5th place now, and Aina Rubio and Igor Arieta move into the top placings as well. There's more to come, I think, in the King of the Mountains competition, but it is heavily weighted in favour of Jonas Vingegaard at the moment.
Still very happy, Afonso Eulalio. I don't know if you can call this a consolation prize, but it's defending his general classification ambitions as well as the Maglia Bianca with very strong performances.
Well, I think that the understanding was always there for Eulalio that his stay in pink would be temporary and there's nothing he could do about it. I think this is different. I think that he's going to believe that he can be wearing this in Rome. I think it'll be a real fight. And it's probably the odds are stacked against him because Pellizzari showed his quality today, but I think he's in the fight, and I think we can look forward to a real battle for the white jersey. Mathis Rondel did drop a little bit out of contention today, as did Markel Bellocchi, so it could just be a battle between these two in the white jersey.
In the meantime, here at the TV compound at the bottom of Pila, first riders appeared after being coming down with the cable car.
Afonso Eulalio then in white by 1 minute and 56 seconds ahead of Giulio Pellizzari. Davide Piganzoli moves up into 3rd in the white jersey competition. There is Caruso looking after Eulalio, shepherding him through this difficult stage. The weather might have played a little bit of a part with Eulalio today. I don't know whether he's a rider who suffers a bit in the heats, but he did seem under pressure quite early on today. But then again, that's a symptom of just how hard Visma Leasabike rode all day today.
Yeah, it was, as we kept repeating the whole day, it was just a masterclass job by the team from Netherlands. They took control from the early kilometers today, and they never left the front of the race. They were always yellow jersey at the front.
A resolute performance, a very courageous ride, and another strong ride as well from Afonso Eulalio. Let's hear his thoughts now. He's out of the pink jersey, but he's still in white, and it was another strong day in the saddle for Afonso Eulalio.
Afonso, from Potenza in the extreme south of Italy to the Valle d'Aosta, extreme north. It's been a beautiful adventure, but it had to come to an end. Did you know that you would lose the jersey today?
No, we are expecting this. No, Jonas is Jonas. Yesterday already tell he won this stage, no, and yeah, I just keep fighting at the finish line, and that's it.
How did you fight today?
Well, look, it's quite hard. Huh? I drop early, and yeah, but my teammates believe in me already today, last week, last 10 days, no, and I just need to keep fighting at finish line for give something to my team.
Are you happy with your performance today?
I don't check 100% what I did, but I don't know, like it's not the best, but yeah, for me I think it's quite okay. No, I don't like so much long climbs, no, and yeah, I just keep fighting at the final.
With 1 week to go in the Giro d'Italia, you are 2nd overall.
It's 1 week more, no? I think I will suffer more next days, and yeah, I hope tomorrow another easy stage, and after rest day, this time no with TT bike and prepare TT. I hope we do a good coffee ride and quite easy day.
And you still have a Maglia to defend, Maglia Bianca.
Exactly. I will try to fight for this, also for top 10 and fight good legs, no? And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, mutual respect there. Eulalio has earned the respect of Jonas Vingegaard. But Vingegaard did what he had to do today to finally depose the reign of Afonso Eulalio. Jacopo's learned a new word today, cable car.
As ever. It's been a big, long lesson with you, Ned.
So the riders making their way down, some of them on bikes, some of them in that cable car, and tomorrow we head to Milan. Let's have a look at it. It's a one-star stage. Nice and short as well for the riders, just 157 kilometres. And in terms of climbing, borderline featureless, which would be a relief to many. Voghera is where the race gets underway. One intermediate sprint along the way at Pavia, as the race heads north in a long straight line after the intermediate sprint. There it is in Pavia. Then it's a northerly direction all the way to Milan, really. When they get to Milan, I think what's really good for the spectators in the big city of Milan is there will be 4 laps of a 16.3 kilometre circuit. So for the big crowds expected on Sunday in Milan, they're going to see him 4 times. The Red Bull kilometre coming close to the end again, and a bunch sprint almost certain in Milan, although nothing is ever totally certain in the Giro d'Italia. And they don't come much more flat than that. 157 kilometres without a climb of any description along the way. All right, is it going to be a day for Jonathan Milan finally to take his victory, or will Paul Magnier reclaim his lead of the Maglia Ciclamino? Plenty to play for tomorrow on a very different stage. We'll see you then, but from Jacopo and from me, for now,
Ciao.